Welcome to this evening's Mars Anomalies and Beyond podcast. What's happening, guys? What's going on? Good to see everybody in there. Oh, yeah. It's been a while, hasn't it? Well, welcome aboard, everyone. I was thinking it's probably not going to be too many people on today because they weren't expecting it. It's been a while since I've been on, so my apologies. Like I said, it's just work. Nothing major. Didn't get abducted by the men in black or any of that sort, so we're thankful for that. And I don't think that would happen anyway. But you get the idea. And I do have, I don't know if you guys seen the short that I made earlier, that I do have videos that will be coming out. No doubt about it. Like I said in the short that I made, I was like, every time I look just briefly, somebody says, hey, did you see this picture? Did you see this picture? I'm like, good God, are you kidding me? So, loving it. So, they just keep piling up behind each other. I'm like, God, I got to get these videos out. It's crazy. So what's everybody doing? What's going on? Everybody good? Let's see. Do a little short roll call here. Let me see what I got here. Oh, that's a little better. Get rid of some of the, hold on. There we go. I got a fan in the background here. It's just over the door here, so, exhaust fan, but, so we're trying to get rid of some of that here, so if we can. So, greetings, everyone, and salutations. Oliver Klein's in there. How's it going? Got that rocket ready to blast off. Dave Jones. Hi, Chris. Still with you. Big love. Dave from the UK. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate you. Mr. Pete Ferrero's in there. Buffalo, New York here. Clear and 83. 83. Man, you're warmer than we are today. I don't think we even hit 80. It's been kind of gloomy, rainy. Now it's breezy. So, yeah, gotta love it. Let's see. Mark Matariga. Riaga, am I pronouncing that right, or did I completely butcher that? My apologies if I did. But welcome aboard. Good to have you in there. Nick Long says, love this channel. What do you have interesting to show us today? Yeah, we're going to be kind of dabbling in a little bit of the UFO. You know, I got some shorts that I had, some video shorts that I wanted to share with you guys and get your thoughts on what you thought was either A, that is kind of making up as they go along, B, is it real? It's bizarre. I mean, you have what seems like credible people, and then you just kind of just their expressions when you watch them talk, it's just going, whatever, and just go, is that BS? I can smell that. I looked at some of these, and I thought it was kind of comical, and some of them you actually listen to and really enjoy what they say. So it's like you want to believe, but do you? That's the whole thing. So, Nick, good to have you in there. Arts and Crafts, what's happening? Good to see you in there as well. That was me earlier. Okay. Anybody want to buy me a coffee? You can hit the link right above on the top of the, what do you call it? The texting box or message box, if you will. Always appreciate it. Oliver Klein. Hello, all, and hey, Chris from middle of Germany. Good to have you in there, Oliver. Always good to have you. Daniel Lee, what's going on, Daniel? Hi, Chris. Nice to have you back and back on the hunt for NASA lies. Danny from Liverpool. Good to have you in there, brother. Arts and Crafts, like I said, watching while doing the dishes. She's always busy. So I'll be in and out of chat. Hello, all. Wishing you well. Mr. Metalhead, what's going on? Good to have you in there. Whoa. Hello from Southern Cal. Great for all's in there. Hello, everyone. UFOs are more believable than Bigfoot. At least I've actually seen and recorded UFOs. Well, I mean, I think everybody does that, right? They'll see if your main research is for Bigfoot, then you've probably seen them because you've seeked them out. It's kind of like if you're, it could be anything. It could be a side hustle. You're just sitting there, you're a photographer, and then you're on the side. You kind of like looking up at the stars, and you're bound to see something, UFO of some sort, right? So I think if you search, you will find. Seek it out, you'll find it. 10AA, what's happening? Good to have you in there. Always good. Glad to have you in there. Enrico Dion Viglione, what's happening? UFOs. This is going to be a spooky one. I don't know about spooky. Just regular chat like we usually have. Again, get your thoughts on a lot of it. I give you my thoughts, whether good, bad, or indifferent. And it's good to share because here's the thing. We don't know what the other person's thinking, right? If they're like so engrossed in it they believe anything they see in the sky, or is it a little hesitant? You know what I'm saying? It depends on who you are, you know? Nick Long says, Ironton, 86 degrees today. Nice. Marina R. says, hi, everyone. What's going on? Good to have you in there, as always. They're everywhere. Even Congress is currently investigating. Yeah, that's what we're going to be getting into, too. It's just bizarre. It's like you can read through some of these people that are bringing this information. Let me turn this down a bit. Bringing this information to Congress, right? So you kind of get wary, but you're going, yeah, gung-ho, let's do this, you know. B. Baker, what's happening? Says, cool. Hi, everyone. Flux Capacitor, what's going on? Good to have you in there as well. Hi, Chris. Hi, everyone. Rico says, scrambling to get my pot of coffee brewing. I'm coffee. Every star may be a sun to someone. This is true, Kenneth. Good to have you in there. Yeah, I'm the same way. B. Baker said UFO, not UAP. But, some people are they're starting to recognize that more, which to me is ridiculous. It's the same thing. I mean, you're basically saying the same. Renee V, what's happening? Good to have you in there as well. Live long and prosper. Sean's in there. What's going on, Sean? Says hello, everyone. Eluzda says hello, all. Good to have you in there as well. Sean's in there. Says hi there. Talking to Eluzda, of course. Robert Kermit Cole here from Mobile, Alabama. Nice area down there. I don't know if it's hot down there today or what, but good to have you in there, Robert. Down on the BAM. Oliver Klein, you said space is like an ocean, or like the ocean. 10,000s of races, beings, and creatures. Oh, yeah. Jock Britton, I think it says. Love from Scotland, everyone. What's going on? Good to have you in there, Jock. Keep one says, sup? What's going on? Good to have you in there. Flux, you said, I've already been around others, bullheaded, not even giving consideration of the possibility of other intelligent life out there, of interdimensional psyops, LOL, drip, drip, drip. Again, unless they actually took the time, even just picture right here in the back of the counter, right? If you look at them, it could be anything from galaxies to stars to, of course, the planet to be a little harder to see, being that they're so small. But just those alone, just count the spots in the sky. How do you just sit there and go, yeah, we're the only ones. What? It's just weird how people are really like that. But they are. Sean says, hiya, Chris. What's going on, Sean? Hello, brother Metalhead. Good to have you in there as always. Flux, you said life as usual keeps getting busier with age here. You got that right. Sam Aman says, hi, Chris from Istanbul. Good to have you in there, man. Hope everything's well over there. Daybreaker's in there. What's going on? He says, greetings, Chris. Great to know you are alive and well. Yeah, it's been a while. I keep going, if I can just get some time. Here's the thing, again, and I said this before. Once you get home, you physical all day, you come home, the first thing you do is you go, man, that recliner's looking awfully good right around now. You can't help but just, you're just drawn to it. Next thing you know, you've snooze, and then you wake up, you go, man, it's hard to knock out a video now, and then, of course, you're going to have dinner and all this other happy horse crap, if you know what I mean. So, yeah, it makes it difficult. But those will change. So we're going to be knocking these things out. Lionheart Glassworks, what's going on? He said, hello, I'm glad to be here today. Well, I'm glad you're here today. Mr. Limey Watches in there as well. He says, hi, Chris, and all. Hope all is well. We're good here. Limey, I hope you're doing good. Sean, you said they are certainly getting better. Talking about at Flux. The last was the best so far, but we have to wait and see if anything comes of it. Yeah, well, you know how that goes, right? Pete Ferreira says, getting Mars rover shorts. A lot of nothing for... Yeah. I've seen a lot of those, too. It's funny. Sam Amon, you said, Chris, are you planning on making another hangout with Jimmy Raptor? I'd love to. I don't have any problem with that. Sean, we can do that with him. Yeah, I mean, there's so many people that, you know, I'm open to do, you know, as far as have them on the show or vice versa. I'm on their channel, so I don't really care either way, one way or the other. I like it because it just gives everybody another different perspective as well, right? And more things to talk about. At least I think so. Let's see. Me. I just saw this. Was on a few minutes ago. Well, good to have you in there. Look like you're new to here, so glad to have you. Oh, glad to have you. MG Toe, what's going on? He said, missed you. Best info than others. Well, we try. Lisa Pablos, what's going on? You said, hi from Florida. Yeah, it looks like from that emoji you're doing, it's very hot down there. And it's been pretty, I don't know about you folks. Again, I've said this before. We really haven't had a summer. Have we hit the 90s? Sure. Yes. It's been humid here? Yes. But it's not hit the 100-degree mark, which it would do occasionally here. And it has not. And the weather's been really crazy lately, so I'm not sure what the deal is. But pole shift. It's happening right now as we speak. I thought you didn't know. Robert Kermit Coley said, very hot. Man. James Rowland, what's going on? He said, I've seen a few myself in daylight and at night. Yeah, I mean, it's better to see them in daylight if you can, right? And as long as it doesn't have the same characteristics as a plane, we all will know what a plane flies and how it flies, rather. So, yeah, I mean, when you just see it, you just know it's something different. I mean, you know, it's crazy. Oops. Hate when this thing jumps here. No. Oops. LJ Faith, what's happening? Good to have you in there. So there are very few intelligent lives here in Stratford. Yeah, well, you know how that goes, right? Laser Stamp, what's happening? Good to have you in there. He said, hi, Chris. Simply Steve, what's happening? 68 says, hey, Chris, been a while. I'm glad to see you again. Glad to see everybody here again. It's just awesome. Observe Natural Evolution, Northern California here. I've been watching light orbs, or UAPs, pretend to be stars, just hanging out in front of them, then dim their lights when I notice them always. Well, they say that like if you use one of those green lasers, you can kind of attract them or get them to respond to it. I don't know. That's what I hear. It'd be kind of weird, but it'd be interesting to see that. Nick Long, he said, my UAP or UFO experience was as a security guard at McGinnis Post, and I seen a submarine cigar-like shaped craft about 150 feet. Craft was about 300 feet above, craft above the ship. Yeah. Oh, okay. Wow. That's pretty crazy. I guess it's Karachi latest news. Breaking news. Hi, I'm from Karachi City of Pakistan. Oh, well, good to have you in there. Well, I've been getting a lot of people from around the world here. Good to have you guys and you folks aboard. Simply Steve, he said, yeah, most of the heat has been in the South. No doubt. Kenneth, he said, are we alone? Question mark. There's a reason why this question is so intriguing. It defines how we see ourselves. Finding life would greatly alter our worldview, or outer worldview, if you will, right? And our places in the cosmos. That's true. B. Baker said, NASA UAP office guy was talking about looking for structures in the solar system as if they don't know already. Exactly. If you can just, again, you can smell it. It's like, look, dude, save the watch. It's getting deep in here. Please. Charlene Sampson says, hey, Chris. Good to see you. Good to see you, too, Charlene. Marco Besta, not sure why your message got retracted. Maybe you did that yourself, but good to have you in there, Marco. Pete Baker, aliens like the green M&Ms. Garachi, latest news, you said, have you ever seen an alien? No, but I have seen a UFO years ago in my teens. And there's times where, I'm going to guess his 20s, early 30s, the job I was working at was literally, you can go outside, relax, and it was evening shift, and you just lay down in the hood of your car, and you can see all these weird things going back and forth. Now, that doesn't mean it's UFOs, but, during that time, you can see things literally go, stop, and then change direction, and you go, wait a minute, that's not a plane. Is it possible it's a helicopter? Well, it's going too fast to be a helicopter. So you go, okay, again, this is back in my late teens, early 20s. Now, I seen the, actually it was the 20s to early 30s on that other one, but the other one I seen with a friend of mine. I was at his house. We seen it on a tower in the city coming off the base of it, which was pretty interesting. And as far as aliens seeing them, no, I have not. Thank you, Charlene. I appreciate you very much with a big old 20 spot. Do appreciate you. Thank you. Mac Duff, he said, hi from Scotland, just popping in to drop like I'll catch you up. Catch you up later. Appreciate it there, Mac. Good to have you in there. Bush Corey Gaz, what's happening? He said, hey, Chris, long time, brother. Hope you're well, mate. I am doing good, man. Cheers. It's been a while. Like I said, there's no excuses. It's just working. I mean, that's pretty much it. So, like I was saying earlier, I really want to get these videos out. I got a bunch of them I need to get out. So, we're working on it. This week, we'll start knocking them out. That's for sure. Mario Dom, what's going on? He said, hi all from South Africa. Well, good to have you in there, man. Melvin Rome, I guess it is. Good to see you. Post, just, let me get rid of this here. Not sure why this is right in the way, but let's get rid of that. Maybe. Or it won't. Just was thinking it's been a while. Yeah, it has. It really has. But, like I said, work gets in the way, which sucks because it's a hobby of mine. I like to do this and just don't have the time to actually do it. And so now, like I said, I've gotten a little bit more time where I can do this at night now because they have changed some hours in there, which is actually works in my benefit. Still get my hours I was getting, just works more in the benefits wise. Oh, okay, we can do that. So, yeah, you'll start seeing them again. Metalhead, you said Scott Carpenter, author of his Bigfoot research, passed away yesterday. Oh, really? I haven't heard about it, but yeah, that kind of sucks, especially when you got like a good researcher, right? And they find some interesting stuff, to back up their research. You know what I'm saying? It's one thing to say, oh, I've seen a Bigfoot or I've seen a UFO. Them equally has to be, you hope they can bring something to the table so to solidify their claims, right? Dan Cabrilis, what's going on? You said, hi, Chris and listeners. I missed the last two Hangouts because of the bell configuration. Okay. Yeah, I mean, good to have you in there. Melvin, you said, especially in Joe's America, people are struggling. You got that right. Hopefully that'll change. I'd rather have a rock in office than have him. But that's just my personal opinion. So, again, folks, what's been going on? Has everybody else been working hard and doing their thing? Or they just, some of you guys, some of you folks just, retired, kicking back? Oof. I'll tell you. Unbelievable. Can't wait. I got a few more years, that's for sure, before I can retire, or at least semi-retirement. But regardless of that, we'll be looking forward to it at some point in time, way up the road. But yeah. Let's see. Karachi, latest news, you said the Hopi people say don't talk about the Skinwalkers. What do you say? Well, I mean, if you think about it, that ranch is like, according to when you watch videos, it's completely spooked, and it's been had aliens there, spirits, and just about anything. I would give anything just to walk around that place. Now, it wouldn't scare me to walk around there, despite what they say goes on there. I'd probably be worried more. I'll get it out, I promise. Of anything that's living in the desert, something that wants to eat you. Other than that, because at night anything can make a noise, right? So, it's just kind of like, what was those? What was a ghost? It wasn't like a Ghostbusters. What was that called? It was Ghost Hunters, I think it was. What was funny, they go into these like mental hospitals. Now, I'm not saying none of this stuff exists with like spirits and stuff, but or ghost. But what's funny though is you see these guys go in there and they're like, well, they'll have somebody call them. They go there and of course, they get their equipment out and they say, well, we'll investigate it for you. Now, 9 out of 10 times there's a creaky pipe, or the house is settling, or something else, and they literally stay out night after night in there or outside just to kind of measure any kind of energy in there, any kind of temperature deviations, anything of that sort. They'll usually sit there and they'll try to make out what it is, right? Because the person that hired them wants to know. And 9 out of 10 times there's something to do with the house settling, creaky pipes, or whatever. So it could be water traveling and it just makes a weird sound. They're just thinking something behind me. That's going to get me. You know what I mean? Kind of thing. But that's not always the case, right? I mean, and then there's some of them, they go, we can't figure it out. We've done everything we could, and there is something clearly there. So, yeah. But I think it's interesting about Skinwalker Ranch. I think it's got some crazy stuff. But again, it makes you wonder if the idea of it caught on, and then they're like turning into a series themselves. In other words, made up. What's your thoughts on that, folks? What do you guys think about Skinwalker Ranch? I believe there's something to it. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just going, it seems like it just escalated. After it started getting public, everybody started to know about it and everything else. It started to ramp up. You ever notice that? More and more spooky. Whoa, yeah. And it was just, it seems like, again, they just decided to make a series out of it because they were making money off of it. Now, whether that's all true, can't vet any of it, so I don't know. Grouchy News, you said, do you have any content that you can't share online? No. Nope. I mean, there was some that, when you think it's kind of risque when you put it online because you're going, well, okay, this is going to probably blow this way out as far as something on the moon or something like that. And everybody's like, you ever have like a cease and desist, kind of thing going on? I go, no. Like I said, I think they're using it as a pawn. And again, it's going to be that kind of situation with these whistleblowers. You know what I'm saying? You can't be killed off or anything if you're not saying the wrong things. Although, again, we're going to get into this pretty soon, and we're going to talk about a little bit about that because, as far as I'm concerned, if you're going to let out this really detailed, classified information, and they knew you were going to do it, you probably would have had a horrific accident, probably down a steep cliff in a fiery ball. So I'm not sure I'm on board with all that as far as like what's going on. I don't know how you folks feel about that, but I just go, I'm just not sure whether you believe the whole thing or not, right? Metalhead just quote that. You said, I work harder in retirement than the workforce. Sadly, it's true, right? Dan Cabrillas, you said, don't forget to check yours with the regularity. I excuse myself for this when I'm at the hospital, 60% battery and 10-inch cable and punch in my stomach. Ooh. We'll see the video later in the UK. All right, I appreciate you, Dan, and thanks for stopping by. I hope everything goes well for you there, right? Charlene, you said Antarctica is getting very interesting these days. Faux show. See, I haven't really been keeping up with it, so I don't know what's going on. However, and that reminds me, though, there was a couple of videos of photos I wanted to bring out for you folks a while back, and I need to really bring those out as well. So, yeah, just something to add to the list. That's probably only about 10 videos. I wouldn't worry about it. Wow. So, yeah, we'll be doing that. Simply Steve 68, you said, for History Channel, I think that they sensationalize most of this. That's what I'm thinking. Because, again, if the public took notice, oh, wait a minute. We got a niche. You know what I mean? So now they're like over-embellishing. They're, like you said, they're sensationalizing it. Ooh, wow, ooh. And, and here's the thing. Why would you need to put like a, let's suppose for a moment they're saying there's something walking around the house, the main ranch, right? And they're going around the building and stuff like that, and they see something. Wait a minute, and what's the first thing they do? Wow, with the music. It's like, stop. Walk into the property, with either thermal imaging, a camera, high def, of course, 4 to 8K, walk through there and just say, wow, we seen something. What's that? There's no reason for any kind of like suspenseful music. And again, it's like they're making a series out of it. You know, it's ridiculous how much they're doing this now. Why? Because they knew, again, it caught on to the public and everybody's like, ooh, inquiring minds want to know. And then, thanks, they get themselves a little series going on. But at some point, you'll hear it peter out. Because why? They ran out of material for the darn show, and that's probably what's going to happen. You watch and see. It's kind of like Ancient Aliens. It ran for how many seasons, and then, like I said, it got ridiculous with, is Bigfoot an alien? Ding, 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 ding. It's like, that's when I went, okay, I'm done. I'm good. I'm out. If Bigfoot is anything, it's just indigenous to this earth. It's not an alien. If it's anything at all, it's from here, from Earth. It could be kind of a missing link for all we know. Because they did say people were bigger back in the day, the giants. Is it possible? Somehow it evolved, and because it's out in the woods, it needed extra fur. Because it was in colder areas. Who knows? It's purely speculative, but, I mean, think about it, right? I don't know. Yep, Dan, you're right. Skinwalker Ranch is a cash cow, pretty much. Ultra-leftist, pessimist. Wow. We'll just say ultra-leftist. That's real long. Hi, all. Yeah, in the Hollywood UFO movie, David Grouch, or I think it's Grouch or something. Grouch? Something like, would have shown the extraterrestrial crafts to the people, but in this real world, things are so slow and boring. Yeah, again, we're going to touch on him, too. I mean, there's some parts that when you know what I mean? Like, you can read somebody's face. Like, when they say, you can always tell when somebody's lying or they're telling the truth. Either they're not looking straight at you or just their reactions, their body language. Some of it, you just go, okay, clearly you're doing this where, it's like you're just going along with them, making this stuff up on the fly. And there's a word for that. It's just go, why do that? You know what I mean? So, again, we're going to get into this real quick. Observe a natural evolution says they have alien bodies and crafts. Some do it. Me? So no evidence again. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of like they're just dragging you along like a carrot in front of a horse or something like that. And it's like just making you go, what? Tell me more. Tell me more. And you never get anything out of these people. Flox, he said, carrying on a family business, married to it since birth. Very fortunate, but wonder what it'd be like without 55 to 60-hour weeks and being off on Saturday would be cool. Got health and family. There you go, right? And it's like me. I mean, we try to keep it within hours. You might go 40, 45, but try to keep it within hours. Because I'm the same way. I work 6 days a week. Now, it depends on the day. Like I said, again, the hours have changed, so now I can actually have days that are actually a little shorter. It's like, yes. So now I get home, rock some of these things out, get them done, finally get them out of the darn way. So, yeah. Sensei Mila, cheers from the Netherlands. Well, cheers to you as well. I hope you're doing well. Sensei is in the martial arts, and if so, which one? Curious. Charlene Sampson says, cool. Love anything Antarctica, Moon, or Mars. I know you do because last time we were on here and you were on there, yeah, we had all kinds of conversations about that, which is awesome. It's awesome. Great for all. Ancient Aliens probably ran out of material after 2 seasons. Well, yeah, and they've just, how can we rehash it? How can we bring it up? How can we, oh my God, what can we do next? How about Bigfoot's an alien? Great idea. Come on. And then they started coming back. You notice they started coming back and it seemed like it was like the old flavor from like the first and second season. The first season was probably the best. Second wasn't too bad. Third started to get and then so on and so forth. It started going right in the can. Jesus, please stop. If you run out of material, just stop. Because now you're making yourself look like a fool. There's a lot of good stuff in the first and second season, no doubt. First was the best, I think. But then it started to peter out, and they just started going, oh, we have no more material. What do we do now? Make up anything. Pretty much, right? Ultra Leftist says, yeah, they do that with a lot of things, like with Carly Russell Case. There you go, Carly, yep. Charlene said energy doesn't lie. Can't hide it. That's a fact. You got that right. Metalhead, you said the words are just words. Exactly right. William Johnson, good to have you in there. He said, good to see you, Chris. Good to see you as well, William. Doing all right? Hope you are. Wally's World 420. I do 4 10-hour days. See, there ain't nothing wrong with that. And now it can make a long day, right? But then you get your, I got 3 days off. Sweet. B. Baker says, Grouch also has been working for Gary Nolan and buddies with scammers Eric Davis and, yep, how both of them connected. Yeah, yep. Charlene said, good times, yay. Do a little cheer. Oh, yeah. Gotta have fun with it, right? Let's see. I'm still waiting for them to find Bigfoot. Observation nature. Well, again, if they are, let's say it's just a group of them, right? I don't know how they can keep living. Think about it. It's like if you were the last people on the planet, and let's say that you had, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 of your neighbors, families and all, got in a truck, got in this island. There's plenty to eat because you can grow it and everything else, and now the rest of the planet's dead. At some point, okay, you can grow the population to a certain degree, but then your family trees are not going to branch off as much after a while, right? So, yeah, I just don't know how that can happen, but does it? You know what I mean? Let's see. Les Peterson, what's going on? You said, good morning, Chris, and a new turning in from New Zealand. Love your work, sir. I appreciate that, Len. Good to have you in there, too. That's awesome. Daybreak, he said, I will believe in the Loch Ness Monster before I believe anything the government says. LOL. Well, we've actually seen what look like photos of the Loch Ness, so, Nessie. So is it a possibility? It does exist. Some of these things, keep in mind, folks, anything under the ocean is more believable, like you're saying, right? Because here's the thing. How far can we go underwater? In other words, casually. We can't. These very deep oceans and stuff like that, it's like you can't just swim down there. So you got to take special, diving bell, all kinds of equipment just to get down there. You don't know what's swimming around down there. You have no clue. It can handle the pressure, not even a big deal to them. Us, we'd be crushed like a grape. But for them, it's probably just the norm. And if it is UFOs, they probably just go under the water, go into some kind of cave, and there's probably like a whole Don City under there. We wouldn't even know the difference. At least us public wouldn't. So, yeah. Charlene says, Chris Hart. I feel you. Deborah Young, thank you very much for your support. That's awesome. $10 spot. Super chat. Love it. You said, I'm almost 70 and I've been a believer since I was 10. My father and I both witnessed a UFO UAP and never wavered. Keep up the good fight. And I agree with you. I think there is absolutely, because I've seen it myself, again, back when I was in my teens. And absolutely, I think it's the real deal. But now we have to define whether, what we're seeing in the skies, what the Pentagon is presenting to us, and you can answer this for me, or just throw your comment, tell me what you think, your opinion. Is this what we're seeing, like the Tic Tac UFO, so on and so forth? Is this the real deal, meaning extraterrestrial, or is it terrestrial? Is it something that man has made on one of these Department of Defenses or whatever it may be? It depends on what you call it in your country. Ministry of Defense, whatever it may be. But do you believe that they're real? Or, I believe that they're real, but what we're seeing or what they're showing us, do you believe it's here made on Earth, or do you believe it's extraterrestrial? Again, Deborah, thank you. Valerian, the Mag says, oh my God, Chris is live. Mind blown. Oh yeah. Got to love it. Let me see here. I'll tell you what, if anybody's listening on a stereo, they probably just made the woof exercise really good right there. Let's see. James Rowling said Bigfoot's lifespan could be hundreds of years. That's a possibility, I guess. But, being that they're living on this earth, is it possible they could do that? You know, what they got to eat, I mean, naturally, if they're eating natural, if they're not, you know what I mean? I mean, obviously not hitting a McDonald's, but you get what I'm saying. Like a lot of these other creatures like bears and stuff like that rummage through human food and so on and so forth. I mean, I guess if they're living strictly off the land and maybe they do have a lifespan much longer than us, I don't know. But if they're not, well. Sean, you said, I noticed Jeremy Corbell was strategically placed behind David. Yes, Grouch. Yes. And he's like this. Remember that? Every time he'd talk, David would talk, he's going, yeah, whatever. He's another one. Again, Valerian, you said, poof, oh, yeah. It's like, again, I mean, you want to believe these people, but it's just like, you know, guys, I've seen a video. It's 25 minutes long. It's the most awesome thing I've ever seen. Well-detailed video. I just can't show it to you. Why tell the public anything? What's the point? So by saying that you have a video in your possession, or if it's not in your possession, you have it, I'm just all that. Because I've got that video, but I just can't show it to you. Take a hike. There's no point in it. There's 0 point in it. Again, I mean, you're going to make this claim, you better show, you know, something, because people are going, where's this at? You know, you keep talking this good talk, but where's it at? That's the way I look at it, and I know you folks do the same. Larry in the Mac 3 says, yep, subhole, and then you put, I took a big fat Corbell this morning. Oh, man. So what are you trying to say there, Valerian? Come on now. Call Manny 37 says, does Bigfoot have kids called medium foot? Otherwise, they would die out in the 70s. Well, that's my whole point, right? I mean, I'm trying to figure out, because unless there's a bunch of them to the very beginning, in other words, just like the human being, right? If it gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller to the point where it's like 10, 20 people, at some point you're going to die out. You know what I mean? Because at some point you're going to be breeding with each other, having all kinds of difficulties and everything else. You're just going to peter out as a species. That's all there is to it. So I'm just wondering how that's happening, unless they're coming from underground and there's a kind of a crap load of these things underground. I don't know. I'm just finding it hard to believe, right? I'm not saying they couldn't exist. But is it possible they will peter out at some point? If they do, or have they? And somehow people think, because remember there was a couple videos where, I remember 2 videos at least that showed people, one of them like kind of straying, and he was like walking and was looking at the person taking the picture. One of them was an actual suit. Now, I can't say yay or nay on the other one, but the other one was a suit. So, what's the point? Got to get that 5 minutes of fame. Sean, is a USO now called a UUP? UUP, IP, whatever it takes. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. To me, it'd still be a USO, right? Kevin T said there are so many things in the ocean hunting at all times. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. A lot of predators, right? But here's the thing, too. I mean, you just don't know deep under, like in the ocean. Like I said, we had, when they had going under the Antarctic sheet, you know, the ice sheet and everything else, where you can see these luminescent, like, creatures, like blue and red, like flash. It looked like mini police cars under the ground, underwater, right? And just kind of swimming around and going, and they said this is below. This is like it's 0, or at least 32, depending on where they were at. Let's call it 32 degrees. So it's at the freezing mark. This thing just gliding right along. Could be part of an extremophile. We don't know. But pretty crazy, right? Sean says 68 likes and 72 watching. Not a bad ratio. Yeah, guys, hit that thumbs up. Oh, yeah. Mackie Bolin says, hello from the Baltic Sea. What's going on there, Mackie? Good to have you in there. Charlene says, smashy the likey button, guys. Thank you much. Hammer time. Well, is that a possibility? Wally's World 420? I guess it could be, because now they're saying there's a lot of dimensions. There's more than 11. Remember before they were like going, you know, doing research, and I found there was like 11 dimensions. I think there's more than that now, right? So is it interdimensional like you're saying? I said, I believe Bigfoot could be interdimensional, just my opinion. Again, there's no way we can vet it, even if we said, yes, we agree. But is it a possibility? There's more than one dimension, so that's a possibility. It's kind of like the movie The Mist. I actually like that movie, where they opened up a portal into another dimension, and of course, if you watch the movie, you know what came out of it, right? Pretty crazy. Dan Caparellis, he said, the government is showing us the best they had, and it's not impressive. No doubt. Oops. Hate when that happens. Gary Kronk, what's going on? Good to have you in here. He said, alien hunters, Russians know, massive moon city. Oh, yeah, I mean, I think, every country in the world who has sent anything up to the moon, or at least looked it over with our giant telescope, right? They know what's up there. And like I said, I think that's what started this revolution or this real big-time press and search for life other than, obviously saying, well, we're the only ones here. So I think that in itself is what started it. Because, again, you look at the moon, you see things on the moon, and you go, that's not ours, man. There's no way. And you can see it looks like it's either decimated or something is just like some kind of spacecraft just laying on its side, which I've done videos on that. Just really, really crazy things. And you go, okay, that's not ours. And it looks like it's been there for probably hundreds of thousands of years. Wow. Clearly, we're part of something much larger. And I've always said that. So now they're going, what about Mars? It cooled before Earth. And it was just like another Earth at one time. What else would you do? What would be a next step? Common sense. So, and now they're just on a recon mission over on planet Mars, and there you go. And this is the reason why we're so all over these photos, because we're actually seeing these things in these photos. And some of the things not so obvious. Great for All says, I want full disclosure, but it scares me how they can twist this to their advantage. They can say that this is a big threat to humanity, so laws will have to be changed to fight this threat. I agree with you 100%. And when you hear some of these people talk and they're asking, if you remember, part of the conversation was any of the people on the research or on the team of this ever hurt by either working on a UFO or by some kind of alien? Of course, yes, both. I mean, you're going, okay. So they're trying to make this sound like, oh, yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, they're dangerous. Oh, my God. And there's a part in there where he does say, I forget what his other name was, he's on the Nimitz, but he says, if they were a threat to tomorrow, would you be able to fight them off? Oh, no. Why do we automatically, just think that that's going to happen? It makes no sense. And there's a couple of them you can kind of see through, too, if you analyze it correctly. It's a bunch of crap. And Peter Hahn, he said, they're a type of people, not an animal. Well, that's what I'm saying. Is it possible? I think you're talking about Bigfoot, of course. So if they're a person, it's kind of like evolution when what happened to us, right? We actually had fur on us at one time. We lost it as we went north. Now, which kind of sounds counterproductive, because as you go north, it gets colder. You think you'd need that. But as we went along, we evolved, we lost it, right? So what we have now is just like facial hair and, of course, in different other areas, but we're not fully, completely furry, right? So it makes you wonder, how come it hasn't happened to them if that's the case? Or is it like almost like another primate hasn't caught up to like human evolution kind of thing, which some of them are. They're learning to make weapons or different things to break open like coconuts and stuff like that. So they're learning along the way. So is it possible it is a human, but for some reason it still has the fur on it? Again, there must be all kinds of angles you can really think of this, right? Wally's World, he said it's Dog Boy, a young Bigfoot. I don't know. Yep, starts in 0. Dun, 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 dun. Oh. Let me... Charlene, you said, love Alien Hunter, cool stuff. Yeah, he's got some really good stuff. Like I said, he tries to get out as much stuff as he can. And yeah, he just come out with some really wild stuff because especially the zoom ins, it's awesome. Gotta love it. Great for All says, ignore the Tic Tac UAPs. Those are ours, apparently. And I think they are. Charlene, you said, especially with the new James Webb telescope, the colors and pic quality is masterful. Well, yeah, I mean, the crazy thing about those things, right? And I don't know if it was the James Webb or if it was Hubble at the time, but it might have been the first one, or there was a couple photos after James Webb got focused in and everything else, and did a couple test runs and did its own diagnostics and everything else. But once it started taking photos and focusing the reflective, focusing and everything else, prime focus, I thought it was interesting because one of them was like, oh my God. And it's like this like tiny, tiny area. It's like a grain of sand on the beach, and that's the area you're seeing. And then when you look at it, you're seeing galaxies. And I forget how many he said there was. There was, I was listening to a couple of scientists talk, and they were talking about how there's like, thousands, billions of these things. It's crazy. So, yeah, but we're the only people or anything living around, right? Sure. I don't know why they absolutely believe that people are really that stupid. You don't have to go, oh, it's absolutely right. There's like millions of civilizations out there, which I believe there is hundreds, if not thousands of, other civilizations out there. It just, again, what we're made out of was been scattered all through the universe and probably multiverse. So why is it hard to believe? Now, is it possible when the life started on another planet, it just grew a little different? Maybe because of the atmospheric makeup. That's a good possibility, and it's almost dead-on possibility. So, for me, I go, there's other life out there. I can almost guarantee it. It's just, it'll differ from us because of the composition we have, right? So, yeah. Larry in the back 3 says Stargate. Oh, yeah. Wally's World says, I still believe the asteroid belt was a planet, and that could very well be. Like some of the planets in our own solar system are like that, because either a moon that's been crushed or smashed and everything else, and that's what they get, right? Absolutely. Sam Oman says China sent their, I guess it's supposed to be rover to the moon. India did too. Are they covering under carpet something interesting for us too? Well, again, they sent their Chang'e 3, like China, right? They send the Chang'e 3 and the Chang'e 4, lander and rover, right? The photos were despicable. They were no better than the American photos. They completely edited these things and censored them out. And if you go and you search out the public in China, right? It was funny because people were going, where's the real photos here? They're not stupid. I mean, it was literally just, oh my God, it was horrible. I've done videos on it. I'm going, so let me get this right. So this is within, the last 4 or 5, even 10 years. You're telling me they're going to the moon with horrible cameras, like disposable trash cameras. Come on, man. Again, they think the public's stupid. And you look at it and you just can't make heads or tails out of it unless it's absolutely like 1 foot in front of the camera. Everything else looks like it's all clouded. It looks like giant cotton balls everywhere. It's just completely messed and censored, right? And you just can't help but to go, man, why do they insist on doing this? But they just don't want the people to know. I think this is a giant setup, right? They're going to tell like Congress and stuff like that, or the higher-ups, whatever it may be, and they're going to get to the point where they're going to say, listen, this is a big setup for something much larger, and they're just trying to get people acclimated to the fact that there's other beings out there. Now, what's the next turn? Another fake invasion. Because right now, as far as I'm concerned, we're in a fake invasion because we've seen, the Tic Tac, and we've seen other things on the West Coast, the East Coast, so on and so forth. We're seeing these things all over the place, right? People are catching them with cameras on their phones. So at some point, there's going to be some kind of weird another fake invasion, because like I said, I believe we're in one. And because they're like, who is it? Who's this? An invasion doesn't necessarily mean you're being attacked. It just means your airspace or your area is being invaded. Something's come into it. So that's an invasion. You know, if somebody walks into your bedroom while you're not completely dressed, that's invading your personal your area because they weren't asked to come into the room. Same thing with us. You weren't allowed to come here. We didn't ask you to come here, and now you're here. So you're invading. Doesn't mean it's bad. Doesn't mean they're going to destroy us. But they want to leave that taste in your mouth like, you know, any alien's a bad alien. I don't know. T. Harrison, 004, what's happening? Good to have you in there. Say hello, Chris. I'm here listening. Appreciate you. Good to have you in there. Deborah Young. No Toes Nose. Hey, from Cincinnati. Picasso Diazo, what's going on? Good to have you in there as well. Man, you guys are just jumping right in there. I didn't even see you guys jumping in there. So my apologies if I didn't say hello to you yet. Charlene, you said headbanger, Chris. We alone? Not. Teaming with Massive Life. Totally. Absolutely. No Toes Nose. What's going on? He said, hello from Ohio. What is happening? I've seen that too, ultra leftist. You said there are many scientists who are even saying that death doesn't exist. It's like you go into another plane type thing, or your energy goes out into space, right? Now, some people say, well, instead of like a heaven or a hell, what happens is, obviously, I don't know if it's kind of similar to like if you're a good person, you go to this other planet where you live for the rest of your life. Like this is like, you know, like a planet with all good people, if you will. I don't know. But that's what I heard, like little stories and stuff like that. Now, whether that's true, again, no way to tell. Picasso, he says, hey, I'm on the freeway, and yes, I agree, asteroid belt destroyed planet. Oh, yeah. Yep. Wally's World, you said, I think the photos are made to look horrible. Well, yeah, I mean, you can downgrade it, right? You can take your own camera and just, you know, take a photo like on 1 meg and then try to blow it up. And of course, it'll become what? It'll just be just completely trash. I mean, it's not going to have any kind of, it's going to look like garbage. Pixelated to the max. And all you're going to do is put a little blur in here, different areas, and you got a piece of trash photo. Or you can take it in probably 30 gig picture and just blow this thing up super clarity, probably 4 to 8K photo, and it come out supreme, like bam, right in your face, and everything's crystal clear. And you can bet that they have that. So when they come up with these photos, when China came up with them, I almost died laughing. I was like, seriously, guys, where's the real photos? Come on, stop playing around. But that's what they gave you. They gave you trash. Oh, this thing just jumped on me here. Let me see. T. Harrison, you said, is it true that Congress is or did pass a law saying that or these big tech companies have to release their new technology or they lose their military contracts? I've heard that. I didn't actually watch it and hear it, but I've heard people talking about it. I would assume so, yeah. They're just saying, listen, be more transparent, which you know they're not going to be. Unless they came out with, now we already know, again, we went back to the SR-71, top secret spacecraft back in the 50s, became declassified in the 80s. So, okay. So we know that we made high-tech stuff. But what would they do if they went from back then in the 80s to now and they said, oh, by the way, this is what we built, and it's totally far more superior than the SR-71 ever has been. Anti-gravitics, can bounce around like a pinball. I mean, boom, 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 like the Tic Tac, right? So you'd be like, whoa, how did you go from that to that? So then you start questioning, is there such thing as UFOs, or is it all us? Maybe that's what they want you to believe. It's all us, so maybe there is no other life outside this planet. Yeah. So it's weird how they can play with you, you know what I'm saying? It's just bizarre stuff. They're coming here, Picasso. He said, where's the new video, dude? Oh, yeah, not new video, new videos. Great for all. He said, multiple alien species visiting our planet, like people. Some are good and some are not so good. I can go with that. Valerian in the back 3, we are an eternal energy, aka spirits, going through different dimensions. Yeah, you're basically in an avatar body. So, you know, basically once you leave it, you're still energy. At least that's what they say. and you go to like more of like another dimension, or you could just go, who knows? But that'd be cool. If you still have your spirit still lives on, I'm down with that. James Rowling said the China rover photo that showed a cube structure off in the distance. Have you heard about it? Any more about it? No, I haven't, but I have done a video on it a while back, and it's much more than a cube. There's much more there. T. Harry says, I know they wouldn't give us the free energy. Well, they'd have to work it in sometime at some point, right? I mean, if you think about it, if it's 0 point, all right, we can do away with nuclear power plants, coal power plants. Hydroelectric you can keep. There's really no, waste or anything like that. It's not really polluting the water. It's not doing anything wrong. But at that point, you'd have such, again, 0 point energy. I mean, it's literally, you wouldn't need any of these. Pollution would drop like considerably. It would benefit, mankind. Maybe we can move ahead. We can literally move ahead. And at some point, we can all be stage 2 civilization, or at least 1. We're not even there yet. So, at some point. Charlene said, in the public's life, we're Stone Age. Yeah, we are Stone Age. Absolutely. People want, well, see, here's the thing. If we keep that going, in other words, we tell the public, we're struggling to make better rockets. We're using the Atlas V. We're getting a little bit better. In the meantime, Department of Defense or these elites are making things that literally anti-gravitics can fly like that Tic Tac, and I strongly believe that's ours. It's a little, it's just, we're still struggling, but we're getting there, folks. It used to be 9 months to get to Mars. Now we can do it in 7. You're going, wow, what a feat, man. That's just awesome. Or you can get there in 20 minutes. Yeah, they're not going to tell you that. It's just crazy, right? Pete Ferrari said Tesla wanted free energy, but money won out. Mm-hmm. That's a fact. Mr. Russell Romeg, what's going on? He said, hi, Chris and chat. Hope your Sunday is going well. It is. Thanks for being here, Russell. Good to have you in there. Picasso said, the question I have is, are we part of a federation? Well, we may be. We, the public, just don't know about it. Charlene said, the tech is in the proper hands. Just wait and see. Well, we all hope so, because, like I said, it can do the human race good, right? Sean, you said, bye, everyone. Chris, I'm off. Out for a ride on the motorbike whilst the weather is good. I hear you, Sean. I do appreciate you popping in there and have the rest of the day. I hope it's good for you. And yeah, absolutely, man. It'd be worth a nice bike ride. Maybe now I could do it, but it was rainy as heck this morning. You didn't want to do it then, but yeah, great to have you in there, and have yourself a good one there, right? Lisa Pardo, what's going on? Good to have you in there. He said, indeed, Nikola Tesla invented free electricity for the whole world. J.P. Morgan canceled it. Yeah, I mean, it basically stole his stuff, right? I mean, you seen the way they went back and forth. One made DC current, the other one made AC, of course. I think it was JP that made the DC current, which is a complete mess. And then, of course, Tesla made the AC current. And they were going back and forth, and, and he got hosed. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, right? Steamboat Storm, what's happening? He said, greetings from your #1 fan from Italy. Good to have you in there, Steamboat. And I appreciate that. Metalhead, you said, I live by Edwards Air Force Base. I can assure you they have anti-gravity craft. Oh, I almost guarantee it. I bet my life on it. You too, Sean. Take care. No Toes Nose. You talking to Sean? I was riding my motorcycle here. Nice weather in Ohio. It probably wasn't too nice this morning, though, was it? Because mine, here in West Virginia, I'm your neighbor, and it was like, this morning was like a little drizzle, and all of a sudden, wham, it just poured like hell. Rico, you said, we're like the Flintstones. I like the episode with the flying saucer, 10 little Flintstones. Yeah, exactly. Dan Capriles, he said, bye, guys. You taking off, Dan? Well, good to have you in there as well. Charlene said, Tesla, yeah, they tried to erase his name from history. Yeah. He died a poor man, too. Phil C., what's happening? Good to see you in there. It's about time you got in there. So howdy, all. Marco Zalad, what's happening? Greetings from Doncaster, Chris. What's going on, man? Hope you're doing well there, Marco. Oliver, I want my nuclear car. Jim said in the 60s it's just around the corner. Yeah, buddy. Yeah. All right, so let's see. Not that one. I'm going to play this first one for you. It says UAPs, UFOs, and injuries. And, of course, you can watch the whole thing, but I'm just going to do little bites here. I thought this was really interesting. So let's see. Let's do this. I'm going to make sure this is up. Let's give this one a listen.
It said that there has been harmful activity or aggressive activity. Has any of the activity been aggressive, been hostile in your reports?
I know of multiple colleagues of mine that got physically injured. And the activity, and
by UAPs or by people within the federal government?
Both.
Okay, so there has been activity by alien or non-human technology and or beings that has caused harm to humans.
I can't get into the specifics in an open environment, but at least the activity that I personally witnessed, and I have to be very careful here because they tell you never to acknowledge tradecraft, right? So what I personally witnessed myself and my wife was very disturbing.
Okay. At one point, you had said that there has been harmful activity or...
So, in some ways you go, first of all, what the hell was your wife doing with you during all this? But anyway, so this is not hard to swallow as far as if you have high-tech, equipment, right? So in other words, it's from another world. It's probably nothing to get killed by it. So this part's kind of easy to swallow because, again, you've got this extraterrestrial technology. You're trying to work on it, trying to, back engineer this thing, and then suddenly, boom, somebody gets killed in the process. Who knows? Very good possibility. It's like trying to work on a car you've never worked on before, and somehow this thing just goes crazy on you, and, something catastrophic happens, right? Either you get an injury or, you blow up the vehicle. But this part's not too hard to swallow. I can understand that part, I just don't like when you listen to this guy, Crouch, when you listen to him, his facial features just go, it's like he's telling you 1 minute he looks serious, then the rest of it goes bullshit on his forehead. As soon as he starts to talk bullshit. I mean, you can just see that. Just watch his facials, and there's one of them I'm going to show you. It's the way he does it. You can't help but flag it. I mean, you can't. Now, this one here, this is totally different. This was here, don't care. You found a live alien.
Also found a live alien. That live alien was named Eva.
Well, it's EBE. That is, extraterrestrial biological entity, I think it's called.
And he was transported to, it was a male, was transported to Los Alamos, where he lived out his life. He died in 1952. But during that time period that he was with us, he told us a plethora of information about what they have learned about the universe and what their technology is. Their technology is probably estimated to be about 50,000 years ahead of us. They also found a...
Now, that I can swallow as well. It's because we've talked about this before. If there's a civilization that's way out there, it's probably thousands upon thousands of years ahead of us because their planet would have formed, cooled, and everything else, and life would have started there a long time ago. So that, again, it's not out of the realm of possibilities. Now, again, we can't prove any of this because we're just going by hearsay, right? What are you guys' thoughts on that? What do you think? Yeah, Charlotte, yeah. Was saying that this thing just jumped on me. Why do people run the other way when it comes to to truth and love? Go figure. Yeah, Charlotte, I totally agree with you. It's just, it's crazy. T. Harrison, you said, sorry, Chris, I have to listen. I have some things to do. Do what you got to do. Appreciate you still being here. Charlene, you said, well, I just said that. Well, I'm going to go back to it. There we go. Observe natural evolution said, trying hard not to laugh. Government, yeah, exactly. Stooges. Charlene said, wag the dog. Yep. Me. Well, me. Yeah. Everybody has a phone with cameras. Why didn't he take pictures? And most of these people with like stories. Well, that's true too, and I thought of the same thing. Now, is he talking about stories way back in the day, and he's just now bringing them up, or can bring them up? You know, again, it seems like the more you watch these guys, it was like the government sat them all in one room and say, okay, folks, this is what we're going to do. We're going to let you, talk about it, and we don't care if you improvise a little bit. Just come out and bring up your own story. Because you can see sometimes, and there's one of these shorts I'm going to show you where we see Crouch and the way he talks. It's funny. It's like just throwing it in. And some things he says I cannot say in an open forum. Goddamn good and well he can. I mean, it's just BS. So it's like they're just leaving these little parts out. Because think about it. If they go back in the chambers later on and says, oh, by the way, yeah, so what were you talking about earlier? And they took notes and said, remember you said you couldn't say in an open forum, I still don't think I should say something. Okay, no problem. So they're just making it look good, and it's never going to spill the beans at all. Let's see. Ultra leftists, who knows if humans are even more advanced? Exactly. I've said that before. Where we don't know. Everybody makes the assumption that they're more modern than us. How do we know that? How do we know we're not in contact with a civilization that's, give or take 100, 200 years like we are today? You know what I mean? In other words, they could be a little bit more high-tech within 100 years or so, 50,000 years. How do we know? Or 50 to 100 years difference, either way, decide. We don't know. Maybe they're not an older civilization, but they came up with tech faster. Maybe their whole planet works together as a civilization, and not the government's trying to divide and conquer. So they excelled faster and got that crap together and able to get to a civilization one. We don't know, but to me, I don't know. We just can't make the assumption they're going to be more modern or more sophisticated than us, right? Oh, you're talking about this one, Charlene? This guy here? Just his whole disposition irks me. Left my butt off. Yeah. Well, again, it's just if some of these facial features. Let's go on to the next one here. Now, this one here, of course, we know who Bob Lazar is. Now, this one's totally different from that, talk and that meeting with, the representatives and everything else. It says, Bob Lazar explains the space-time distortion generated by the flying disc. Now, the funny thing about it is, and this was back in 1989, when you listen to him, I mean, you can tell this guy knows his crap. Now, is it 100%? Again, we don't know. But let me play that for you.
And for all practical purposes, is invisible. All you could see would be the sky surrounding
let's do this.
it. Now, when the disk
Hold on. That was my B.
travels near another source of gravity, such as a planet or moon, it doesn't use the same mode of travel that we learned about in our science lessons. When a disk is near another source of gravity, like Earth, the gravity A wave, which propagates outward from the disk, is phase shifted into the gravity B wave, which propagates outward from the Earth, and this creates lift. The gravity amplifiers of the disk can be focused independently, and they are pulsed and do not stay on continuously. As the intensity of the gravitational field around the disk increases, the distortion of space-time around the disk also increases. And if you could
Gotta love this stupid music, too.
see the space-time distortion, this is how it would look. As you can see, as the output of the gravitational field from the amplifiers becomes more intense, the form of space-time around the disk not only bends upward, but at maximum distortion actually folds over into almost a heart shape around the top of the disk. Now remember, this space-time distortion is taking place 360 degrees around the disk. So if you were looking at the disk from the top, the space-time distortion would be in the shape of a donut. When the gravitational field around the disk is so intense that the space-time distortion around the disk achieves maximum distortion and is folded up into this heart-shaped form, the disk can't be seen from any vantage point, and for all practical purposes is invisible. All you could see would be the sky surrounding it. Now when the disk...
Now, I think you might see at least almost like not a heat signature, but kind of like a waviness where that object would be. In other words, it would, and he's saying it's basically be almost cloaked. in the way he describes it. I'm not saying that they had cloaking technology. Of course, maybe they do. But, the way he's talking about it, you would not see it. But you would think you'd see some kind of signature, some kind of waviness in the air where that craft would be. Wouldn't you not think so? Phil C. said, I still like Lazar. I think he's telling the truth as he sees it. Well, again, this guy's been around for years, and they try to erase him. Social Security, his name, his ID, everything. They literally try to take him out. They said you didn't work for Area 51 or Groom Lake, whatever, Groom Lake, rather. They just said he didn't. Oh, no, there's no such guy. And then they actually found the paperwork. He did, in fact, work there. So they were trying to erase him as well. Elaine, what's going on? Good to have you in there. Hi, Chris and all. Hope you're all doing well. I am. Good to see you there, Elaine. T. Harrison, you said, I think they're flying in to space in a blink of an eye. Rockets are for show. Yep, I think so too. Listen, you're not going to tell me that all these years, all we can do is sit on a giant firecracker. I just find it hard to believe. Again, they've been working with anti-gravitic since the 40s and 50s, so you think they'd get it pretty much perfected, hence the Tic Tac. Finally got it. Think about it. You'd have to take this thing out for a test drive at some point, right? Let's suppose 100% we know for a fact, let's say we knew it for a fact, Tic Tac is whatever countries. Doesn't have to be in the United States, could be anybody, right? They built it. Wait a minute, we just can't leave it in this building or underground. We got to test drive this thing at some point. Hence the reason everybody started seeing this thing. So at some point you got to take. It's kind of like a prototype car or SUV or whatever. When these companies build them, you see them like they're covered up, like in these cloths or whatever, or they just try to cover them up as much as they can while they take them out on the road and they test drive them. They got to take them out and test drive. So it's no different if you built some kind of a craft. It just makes sense. It has to come out of there at some point. Valerian the Mac 3 says, plasma field runs on diamonds. Well, dilithium crystals? Yeah. Rico, you said, is that how the Philadelphia experiment worked? No, they did it with frequency and all kinds of other stuff, and they got this thing they were trying to just cloak it, but instead they went into time. The time changed around them. But that's how that went down. Nose Toes Nose says infrared will show up. Pretty much, right? You'd be able to see that at some point. But again, we're talking about spacecraft when it was back way before when he's talking about this in 1989. This is way back when. So if they were building this back then, I mean, how do we know he believes these are extraterrestrials, but it was actually ours? Like a lot of times in the Apollo missions when they were building these landers and stuff like that, because it was different compartments, or departments rather, working on these, they didn't even know what the hell they were building until they said, oh, by the way, until near the end of the project, they knew what they were putting together, right? So, yeah. Oops, they jumped on me again. Marco Bessa says element 115. It's amazing how he come up with that, right? Now it's part of the actual periodic table. Imagine that. Charlene, you said Philadelphia experiment is a trip with hyperspace and stuff. Yeah. Well, again, they were just trying to cloak the thing, and instead they went into like a time warp type thing and came back. And of course, there was people in the hull. There was people all just kind of jacked up in the air and everything else. John Doe, he said, well, I can't watch right now, but love your content. Appreciate it, John. Thanks for stopping in and just waving a hand, basically, right? Appreciate it. I am Merkin. What's happening? Good to see you in there. Hi, Chris. The thing about Bob Lazar is his story and history have never changed. To me, that's more believable than the government coming out with and having debates. I agree, 100%. He has anything he's ever said, it's stuck right to the T. He's never deviated from his story. He's always been spot on. Now, some people go, I think he's full of it. No, I don't think so. The guy's, first of all, he is a scientist. He's an inventor. He had his car, like I said, his Corvette, running on hydrogen and everything else. He had his own solar panels and everything else. This is back in the 80s where he had these big 3 tanks that would actually produce this, and then he would just, power his car with it. And he was doing that back in the 80s. So, I mean, no doubt in my mind that, the guy knows what he's talking about. And he is who he says he is. Charlene, you said time travel. Absolutely. No, so you said we are far from figuring alien stuff out. I think we have. I think we reverse engineered these things a long time ago, and hence the reason some of these people probably got injured and killed and everything else because of that reason, right? Gene Borsier, what's happening? Good to see you in there. And he said, who was the guy from Lockheed Skunk Works that said they have the ability to send ET home now? Yeah, I remember somebody would probably be able to answer that, but I was the same way. And the guy says, I don't know if it's the same guy, he says, but whatever you can dream up, we've done it already. That's crazy. Like some people say, all the things you've seen on Star Trek, it exists. Now, whether it's the actual Enterprise, that's a whole different ballgame. But as far as like, whether it be the transporter room or different things, photon, lasers and all kinds of, torpedoes and all kinds of weird stuff. I mean, who knows? But you'd love to be in the know. Wouldn't that be awesome? Yeesh. Renee V's. I also wonder what that Bob Lazar is up to in his shed. Who knows? Maybe he's copying what he's seen his super intelligent cool. Well, yeah, I mean, again, he's seen things we only dream to see. We'll see. Thank you very much for your support, sir. Appreciate you. That's awesome, man. $20 bill for Mr. Phil C. Grab yourself a 12-pack on me. Your hard work deserves a cold drink or two. Well, I appreciate that, Phil. Thank you very much. That's awesome. Let's see. Cameron, what's happening? Good to see you in there, man. He said, how are you doing on this Sunday? Well, as you can see, we're here and actually had some spare time, so we figured we'd jump in there and see what's going on, right? And couldn't wait to get in here. It's been a while since I spent some time with you folks, and I enjoy it. And bringing out some content and stuff like that, so, Great for All says, sorry guys, gotta bounce. Meeting in-laws for dinner. I like that look. Oh, God. You gotta do what you do. You gotta do, man. Great for All, thanks for being here, man. I appreciate you. You have a good rest of the day there, right? Robert Morgan, what's happening? Good to see you in there. So I've been trying to find the daytime of the Hangout forever. Glad that I finally got a belated notification. Isn't that crazy how that works? That's nuts. It's like you think it would go boom, right on the money. Oh, he's on. Nope. Some people go get on there like 10 minutes left of the show. Like, I didn't know you were on. Love you there, YouTube. It's awesome. Jack Ball TV, what's happening? He said, possible it's the same technology as Ezekiel's wheel. Well, yeah, but was it Ezekiel's or was it, because if you think about it, Ezekiel actually just basically wrote stories about what he saw, right? Like there's a wheel within a wheel. And he goes on to say how he was up in the firmament and how he looked down and he knew all the people's names. They taught him agriculture, language, so on and so forth, mathematics. But yeah, I mean, basically he's saying the same thing. So yeah, I mean, is it possible? Sure. But that was crazy in itself, Ezekiel's story itself. Charlene said, yeah, you're talking about Philadelphia experience. Said something went wrong and they got stuck in a time warp or something. Really crazy stuff for its time. Well, because it was based on, supposed to be a real life event, right? Something that actually happened. Let's see. Oh, all right. Here it goes. Valerian, the Mac 3 says, I believe you, Bob Lazar. Yep. Absolutely. Nose toes. I can get pretty messed up with 20. That was a nice gesture. Yeah, it's awesome. Marco Besta says, night vision videos showing the starry sky and multiple UAPs zipping around. We need more videos on that, please. Well, here's the thing, though. Do we know that's what it is? The only way you can actually tell if, well, somewhat, is that you have to see the way they behave, right? Maneuvers up and down, and how far they can come up, how far they drop. Like if it's over a mountain, how fast they go up. I mean, it's got to be. It's going to be something it does. It's not a plane. Helicopter's not going to go up that fast, come back down. We know that. Now, however, there are people who have these drones, and I've seen drones the size of my SUV, with all kinds of lights on. They can put different lights on it and all kinds of crazy things, and make it super bright so it looks like a UFO. We don't know. I'm sure a lot of people are doing this now just to get that attention. Like, oh, you wouldn't believe what we've seen over Texas, and they just sit back and go, "Watch this, watch this." It's going to be about my drone. Watch this. Yeah, UFO caught in the sky today, and everybody's like, all these people are posting, "I seen this UFO," and he's going, "Yeah." I mean, we don't know, or is it straight up extraterrestrial? Right? LJ Faith, he said, we now have current paired aluminium, depending how you guys pronounce it, like they do on Star Trek for their windows. Oh, you're talking about the, yeah, it's like a clear aluminum. Yeah. Yep. Cameron said, what did you think about the UFO hearings last week, Chris? Well, this is what we're actually covering, little bits and pieces. They're basically just reels, or shorts, if you will, on some of this thing. And we're trying to figure out who may be telling the truth, or if it's half-truth, or if it's just a bunch of made-up crap, right? So that's what we're actually doing right now on these. Bob Lazar is an exception to it, but yeah. But that's what we're pretty much doing right now. Kick ass and chew bubblegum. Look up borophane crystals. That is the future, not graphene. Okay. Interesting. Let's do here. I thought I had the guy already. Okay. Bye-bye. All right. So this is where it gets interesting here, right? We see David Grouch, and you'll see when he... drop some bombs. What did you think of this? This is what this person wrote. So let's give this one a listen.
Do you believe that our government is in possession of UAPs?
Absolutely, based on interviewing over 40 witnesses over 4
Look at Jeremy back there. He's telling the truth.
years. I know the exact locations, and those locations were provided to the Inspector General, and some of which to the Intelligence Committee.
Do you have any personal knowledge of people who have been harmed or injured in efforts to cover up or conceal these extraterrestrial technology?
Yes, personally.
Have anyone been murdered that you would think that you know of or have heard of, I guess?
I have to be careful asking that question.
In the last couple of years, have you had incidences that have caused you to be in fear for your life for addressing these issues?
Yes, personally. I know of multiple colleagues of mine that got physically injured. And
By UAPs or by people within the federal government?
Both. As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries. Yeah.
Just this look. I wanted to stop it right there. You could just tell this is such a full of shit moment. Just the way he acts. Come on. And unfortunately, there's no way to go back. You can't just go back and forth. You just got to let it play out and then restart. But he's like, yeah. Like, you could just see it's like, I'm so full of crap. I'm making this up as I go. You could just see the look on his face. Am I the only one that sees that? Because I can always just let this thing play over again. It's just crazy, right? Watch this.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
Mr. Gresh, finally, do you believe that our government is in
I'll
possession
let it play
of
out
UAPs?
again. Where he goes,
Absolutely, based on interviewing over 40 witnesses over 4 years. I know the exact locations, and those locations were provided to the Inspector General, and some of which to the Intelligence Committee.
Do you have any personal knowledge of people who have been harmed or injured in efforts to cover up or conceal these extraterrestrial technology?
Yes, personally.
Have anyone been murdered that you would think that you know of or have heard of, I guess?
I have to be careful asking that question.
why? Just say yes. I mean, you don't have to get, tell names and everything else. I mean, come on.
In the last couple of years, have you had incidences that have caused you to be in fear for your life for addressing these issues?
Yes, personally. I know of multiple colleagues of mine that got physically injured. And
By UAPs or by people within the federal government?
both. As I've stated
I like that. Both. It just says it quick. Both.
publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics.
This is
came
where
some
he
of
does
these
it. He
recoveries.
kind of
Yeah.
throws his body back. Look at this.
Were they, I guess, human?
I love the crossing hand thing too. It's like he's like this. Oh yeah, come on. This is listen, they're improvising or something. I mean, they're just kind of just going with it. Just like it's almost like they've been told to talk about it, but do what you can do. Make up something if you can and answer the questions the best you can. Because like he said, well, I really can't answer that. Basically in open like this here, you can't do that. Okay. But I'll tell you in the back room, basically. Okay. Again, nobody said you had to get into names. You could have just said yes or no. And even if you said ranks and still didn't show a name or what they worked on specifically, had to be anything. But it's always like it's very vague. Have you guys noticed that? Exactly, Valerian. And you said, people, body language. Yeah. Poindexter, what's happening? Good to see you in there. You said, I see it. Are you talking about the same thing I'm talking about here? Or?
Human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
Mr. Grush, finally, do you believe...
Can you smell it, folks? It makes you hard to believe. It makes it hard to believe just the way his body language is and the way he talks. A lot of these guys like that. Corbell, he's the same way. It's like, there's never any real detail. It's like, just generalizing. Yes, we had UFOs. Can you get into it a little bit more? Can't do that. And like I said earlier, we're talking about, listen, guys, I've got a video that's 25 minutes long, great quality. But wait a minute, let's backtrack. When you've seen the Pentagon photos, they're complete trash. But this one here, I've got, it's pristine. 25 minutes long, shows a real aircraft. Can you show it to us? I can't do that. So, in other words, keep liking me, keep following me so I can keep getting these hits. And it's just BS. So these guys can go on these little shows and everything else, get paid for it. It's about making bank. It's not about anything else. Now, is there any truth to any of this? I believe that there is. And there's a reason why they're putting them up to this, to talk about it. And I think it's part of something much larger, and they're just working the public up to it. Because, in fact, I heard people talking about it. I said, yeah, they said the aliens are real now. And it's like, okay. But like, here's a good example. I asked my son, I said, so what do you think about that? He goes, like when I was talking about other planets in our solar system, there was one that's 12 light years away that it might have been a signal from and everything else. He was like, we can't go there, but it's awesome. I said, so what do you think about the idea of it, being another civilization? He said, that's pretty awesome. But he said, but the problem is we can't go there. So it's kind of like it's cool, but that's pretty much where it stops kind of thing. And that's being honest, right? I mean, if you folks heard the same thing, we brought this up before. What do you folks think? If they told you that tomorrow, and they said, by the way, we know that this civilizations, literally active civilizations, on another planet, how would you folks act? Poindexter said being led on for a reason. I agree. Marco, you said it's all secondhand from Grouch. Oh, yeah. Oh, is it Grouch? Grouch? What is it? Spelled David B.S. I don't know. I mean, they don't call them bird brains for nothing. Nothing against birds, but you get the picture. Yeah, you don't want to put the birds down. It's not what we call the best evidence, Marco. Yeah, you're right. Again, it's all it is. Show us the real deal. But I think that's what they're doing. They're ramping up, and they're letting these guys improvise kind of thing. Like, you can see where he pauses. Sometimes he doesn't. He just goes, yep, because it's an easy question to answer. He said both. And then there's some things they'll ask. Yeah, I can't answer that here. I got to really be careful about what I answer. Just answer the non-question. What's the problem? You don't want to give out names. Just say yes, but what were they working on? It was a spacecraft. And can you tell me what it was? What part? Not sure. Whatever. Get into more detail. It's always generalized. It's always vague. It's always, it's trash. Daybreaker said, but what if we can and have gone there light years? I believe, listen, here's the thing. If they've had antigravitics back in the day, let's suppose never perfected it. This is the reason why some of these people that were working on it got killed or whatever. Maybe got cancer from the propulsion, whatever it may be, right? So they finally perfect this thing all through these years. And now within, 3 to 5 years ago, now it's now coming out. Okay? So if they didn't have the technology back then, they sure in hell have it now. 12 light years away is basically 12 years, right? All right, 12 years. Okay, let's see. But what if you're going the speed of light and can you move like that tic-tac? Let's say it takes you a year, maybe a little over that. But you wouldn't have to worry about it. It's like, whew, you're there in no time. So, I don't know. If they haven't done it, they'll probably do it now. Valerian the Mac 3 says, what? Aliens are real? Well, that's what they claim. And I believe that's true, but their aliens, I don't know if they're fictitious or not. Now, if we go back to Roswell, they claimed that they had a couple of bodies in there, and there's more than one down spacecraft. It's funny how these people have gone through life, these aliens, the extraterrestrials, going through life, built everything to fly from millions of miles away or through portals. And yet, oh my God, I forgot to put the brakes on it. Crash right into this planet. Or we shot them down. So maybe they weren't expecting us to do that. Maybe they're saying, oh, look at a planet right here. Why don't we go ahead and see what's going on there? And we see them in our airspace. Well, let's shoot it down because we can get so much technology out of it. Within reason, because it wouldn't make much sense. If you completely destroy the craft, you got zero out of it. You don't know what the occupants look like or could talk to them, nor do you have the technology that was in these crafts. So it's a lose-lose situation, right? Charlene says, desperate. Pretty much. Let's see. Rico, you said, I'm afraid that they had AI perfected in the 1970s. Well, even if they didn't, you can bet they've been working on it for quite a long time, and now it's starting to come back out, or it's starting to come out, I should say. Again, it's like classified spacecraft or aircraft we have. Now, suddenly, it's no longer declassified. But what you're going to be frightened about is what took its place. And I don't mean, you don't have to be really scared, but the thing is you want to go, what would that be like? TR-3B? Something more high-tech than that? Because they're always going to, again, break the envelope. They're always going to try to do something faster, better, perfect it. He who has the best toys is going to win every time, especially when it comes to war, right? Russell Romega said 12 light years away with our current known tech is about 55-year travel time. Grab some Pringles and be in the car for a while. Well, if you say present, meaning what the public sees, you may be correct. Because it would take forever to get there, right? Because I think it's, well, even to get out of the Earth's atmosphere, I think it's like 17 miles per second, something along them lines. So, to break away from Earth's gravitational pull. So, but even then, flying through space, like you said, current technology, you're about right. But what if you could go the speed of light? There you go. So, and maybe even more than that, especially if you can bend space and time, you can be there within minutes. T. Harrison said, listen to the words they use too, like things like dangerous. It's a security risk. Things like that. Everything is a war to these guys, and they want the public to believe their lies. Well, again, every time you hear about them, now, again, I can believe the part about getting hurt, maybe injured, killed, or whatever, working on this technology because they know nothing about it. You can get seriously burned, killed, some kind of pulse engine, boom, you're killed instantly. So I believe all of that part. It seriously can happen. No problem. But it's always, oh yeah, they would kill us. Oh my God. I mean, they've been in our airspace. Here's the thing, and you folks, we've talked about this before. These UFOs have been here much, much, much longer. Even in ancient times, there's people who have like paintings on rocks and of other beings, what looks like other beings and crafts. So it's not like it's new, like they've been here. These people have been coming here, or these aliens, other beings, have been here much earlier than that. Come on. So when I think about it, I go, okay, so they've been checking up on us, been here for years. They're probably just going, let's go see how they're making out in their technical advancements. And they're going, okay, they're getting worse. Some better, some for worse. They're not using any of the technology they found for the good. They're using it for the bad, which is crazy, right? But everything is doom and gloom with these people. It's all about, you don't understand. It's going to be like Independence Day. We're all going to die. That's not true. How do we know that? Again, if they wanted to annihilate us back in the day, thousands of years ago, even up to the 1950s, or when the first atom bomb came out, if you were to think about that, they go, okay, these people are getting out of there. These barbarians are just totally lost it. Why don't we just go ahead and just wipe the planet? You could have done this so many freaking thousands of years ago. Come on. You could have done this a long time ago if they didn't like the path we were taking and they're keeping an eye on us. So when they start saying, oh, it's, we're going to, it could be deadly to us, I don't believe all that. Now, is it possible there's some civilization out there that are like warmongers kind of thing and they would literally kill the planet? Sure, but don't you think they would have done it by now at some point? I don't know. I would think so. Ian Thomas, what's going on, man? Good to see you in there. So good to see you back. It's good that the subject is being taken more seriously, but where's the discussion to declare evidence in yours and Joe's? Yeah, exactly. So they've got that, but nobody wants to talk about what's really in these photos, but that could be the next step. Like now they just had Billy Carson had his first awards, and I couldn't make it down there, which sucked. But I promised him next year I will be down there, no doubt. So I guess I ran second place. I don't know if I just didn't get enough votes or whatever, but I think I ran like second place on that. He's supposed to be sending me the award, but Neville Thompson got it, he does fantastic work. I've used his work, and I even told him that. I said, congratulations. I'm glad that it was cool that you got it, basically, in a nutshell, right? I said, you make out these gigapans and everybody uses them, including myself, congratulations. So he was there, which was good. Billy flew him over, and I think he may even still be down in Florida. But it was a cool event. I seen parts of it. I wasn't there, of course. But next year I will be. And like I said, I'd love to bring up more. They need to give time, because I saw the part where Neville had gone up there and gotten his. He said like maybe a 2-minute speech, and that was pretty much it. They need to because there was so many people watching, according to one of the guys on there. If that's the case, they need to stop bring your best stuff, show it to the public, and then, at least it gets a little bit of a head start, meaning gets a push, and then maybe that can be the next thing up there. They start going after these space agencies instead of talking about made-up stories of UFOs or maybe partially true stories of UFOs. Maybe we can go a little bit further. You know what I mean? Gene, you said when they release minimal information, they're just baiting people. It's kind of like dog treats. Makes the dog happy at the moment, but eventually the dog needs a full meal. Exactly. So this is the reason why they keep adding to their stories, a little embellishment here and there, and that's what these guys are writing on. Now, it's not everybody's like that, but a lot of them, they are actually doing that. Charlene, you said you're number one in our hearts, Chris. Well, I appreciate that, Charlene. I love you guys too. Brian Norton, what's going on, man? I don't know if you jumped in here just recently. I said, anybody hear about the 3 witnesses who canceled before hearing, supposedly pressured by the Pentagon? Well, it wouldn't surprise me. I didn't hear about it, but it would not surprise me. But these guys came forward, and of course they want to be protected. They want asylum. Protect us. So this is the reason why they had part of that discussion here on this as well, where they need to be protected. Listen, the government wants to take you out. They're going to take you out. There's nothing you're going to do about it. And these guys are like, well, the Congress is like, we'll make sure you're safe. Yeah, okay. Sure you will. Charlene, you said Billy Carson, super smarts too. Yeah, I mean, I know him personally. I've known him since 2012. Like I said, I go down to every year at the time. I was going down to Fort Lauderdale. I'd go down to see my daughter in Punta Gorda, and then I'd go down to Naples and then cross over to Fort Lauderdale. I'd go meet with him. We'd go out to eat and stuff like that. And, so, we'd sit there and talk about the world's problems or the things we're talking about at the time. It was, I don't know if I'd say hot at the time because to me, everything's, as long as you're trying to get the truth out, it's always going to be relevant as far as I'm concerned, right? So, Billy's a stand-up guy. He's down to earth like you and I. So, yeah. So for him to put this on, plus there's other shows and music and everything else in there, which is cool. So there's other categories, entrepreneurs, musicians. So it was cool. I just couldn't make it down there. And he's like, dude, you actually work 7 days a week? I said, no, actually the 7th day. I sometimes I will have to go in on a Sunday, but then it's like that's the only time left in the day you get to relax. So, yeah. Marco Besti said, Bubblegum, you asked him, you were talking to him. Okay. Tav Baker, what's happening? Good to see you in there, man. He said, you're among the best speakers out there, Chris. Yeah, but I don't know if I can do it in an auditorium. I never stood in an auditorium and did that. So that would be kind of weird for me. It's one thing to talk amongst, like if you're in a room with each other, you're sitting there talking, yeah, did you see that? You see this? And then to get in there with this, actually X amount of hundreds of people in there, you're like, you get that stage fright. Not that I probably would, but it's just the idea. It's like first time you're doing it. Even Neville was a little nervous. He says, oh, you have to excuse me. It's my first time. And everybody's like, yeah, they still clap for him, of course. But yeah, it is a little nerve wracking, especially if you've never done it before. So yeah. Let's see. Now this is, of course, what's this?
Have you
Mr.
ever
Graham?
seen face-to-face an alien being?
Yes, I have. Absolutely.
Are the images that we see of aliens accurate? Are they these short creatures with huge heads, big eyeballs?
Not really. There are some that resemble that a little bit. There's one species that's about 39 inches tall, but the skin color of, sort of a brownish gray, no hair, very fine lips, no external pinna, ear flaps, the chimpanzee ears we have. They don't have those. They just have an opening. And there are others that are much larger. Remember, there's at least 60 to 70 species that have been cataloged, the people I've worked with.
60 to 70 different species. So the 60 to 70 species at least been found on this planet, meaning they've come to this planet? How do they know this? So did they just land and go, hey, by the way, we're a part of so-and-so civilization. We're one of the species. How do they know this? And just watching Greer. Now, I like him. Greer is awesome, right? But when you read or just watch his lips, too, some of it just goes, I'm full of shit. You could just see it. Just watching him, I love the guy. I think he's a great guy. He's trying to get the truth out. But it's just like he's just making the stuff up as he goes along. Oh, yeah, chimpanzee ears. I'm going, what is going on right now, right? I don't know. Let's see. Rico and Dr. Greer sells good coffee mugs. Well, again, I'm watching this and I'm going, just when you listen to what he's saying, it just says, there's 60 different, wait a minute, 60 different, okay. So wouldn't there have to be a shit ton of these things flying in our airspace and somehow they landed or they crashed? 60 different, come on, they've been categorized. Let's see.
Have you ever seen face-to-face
Just want to hear this guy one more time. Just watch his facial features and stuff.
an alien being?
Yes, I have. Absolutely.
Are the images that we see of aliens accurate? Are they these short creatures with huge heads, big eyeballs?
Not really. There are some that resemble that a little bit. There's one species that's about 39 inches tall.
So this this particular species, 39 inches long, tall, and you've got 60 different species, but can't name one of them.
But the skin color of, sort of a brownish gray, no hair, very fine lips, no external pinna, ear flaps, the chimpanzee ears we have. They don't have those. They just have an opening. And there are others that are much larger. Remember, there's at least 60 to 70 species that have been cataloged, the people I've worked with.
Have you?
I agree with you, Charlene, as far as actually Dr. Gray has good people. He's like the ambassador to humanity. And I totally agree with you. I like I said, I love what he's trying to do, and I love the information he brings forth, but just something that you go, okay, this one species, you couldn't say what the species name was, what we gave it, and you couldn't get more in. I mean, don't get me wrong, the interviewer could have been just moving him along in the questions, which is a good possibility, and he couldn't go into detail. But you could just see some of the stuff, they're just making this up as they're going along. Now, he's probably at the forefront as far as, all of this, which is, I give him nothing but props, 100% credit. And like I said, I like the guy. I like Dr. Greer. But it's like you can just see some parts. It's like every other person that brings up this subject is like, seems like that's like they're dead on, giving details, and all of a sudden they're just like, like they just don't, like they're just going, oh shit, what do I do? Improvise. So anyway, and you know what I mean? And then they come out with stuff like that. So I just find it interesting that a lot of them do that. It's almost like they don't have the answers. They're just making this up as they go. And not all of it, don't get me wrong. But some of it you can just see whether you can almost see that happening. Poindexter said, leading us on at the risk of discrediting themselves seems counterproductive. Agreed. Pete Ferrari said, if we can't figure out how humans reach this stage, how can anyone explain alien life development? Good point. Ian Thomas, you said, why only 60? I would have expected 600,000 species at least. But again, you get what I'm questioning. Okay, you know there's 60. Okay, so how did you categorize these? So did they come here and land willfully and talked with the people? Did they crash at one point? So there's how many more crashes had there been? Let's say only, if there's 60, 10 of them crashed and the rest of them landed, started talking to our leaders. I want to know how all that came about. And that's when you go, okay, so somebody's not telling a story or somebody's making up a story. One of the two is going on. Taff, 39 inches, why not round it off? Well, they measured them. Hold on, let me get out the yardstick. Charlene said, Whitey has been great to me. I have people that are more my family than in my own. Well, that's the way I look at it. One big family. Just chilling there and just sit in a giant room just talking. Having a good old time. When UFO research becomes a UFO business. You're right about that, Tony Graydon. Good to have you in there, man. Brian Norton, you said, Dr. Rare is quickly losing my confidence in him. Don't believe all the crap he sells about tech. We have figured out and re-engineered in his speech. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't believe he's full of crap, period. Don't get me wrong. I think, like I said, I like him. He's in the forefront of trying to bring this out, bringing it to Congress, the whole 9 yards. But again, you're going, some of it has been added. I mean, just the way they act and the way they come about. Because if you truly knew, I want you to just picture this for a second, folks. If you were to close your eyes and you had these experiences yourself, whether you met with an alien, you were in the room with some of these people who talked to an alien, seen the craft yourself, there'd be no hesitation at all. In fact, you'd be more than eager, as long as you could talk about it and wouldn't be killed off or your family being killed off, you'd be more than eager to give the details. I would. There would be, I don't know, no, I think it's, you'd go, yes. Well, they were like this, they were this tall, they had this, that, and the other. Their name was whatever. This is what we categorized their name as, this species, and you'd go on and on and on. But again, it's more generalized, like a blanketed information as opposed to more detail. T. Harrison, you said, if you think about it, look at the humans. We're all different. White, black, brown, etc. Maybe that's what he means, that aliens look different like us. I think it's possible there are many species. I do too. But again, unless they traveled on the same craft with 60 different, colored, species, how else did they get this know and categorize all of these? So there's missing information, if he's correct, about how that categorization came to be. So there had to have been some events at some point, whether they were 60 of them, or were they informed by a particular alien or whatever, right? That there is that many and all this other stuff. It's a good possibility, right? Ian, you said, given the finds on Mars, species are vastly diverse and there's only the ones we kind of recognize. That could be. Casper's Tube Box, what's going on? Good to see you in there. It's another great show, Chris. Thank you, Casper. Appreciate it. Casper's. No Toes Nose says, this show has got me out of the funk, so yeah, love this channel. Yeah, it's about time, isn't it? It's kind of like you got to shake up the ich. Because it's been so long since we just sat down and just went through a lot of this and just talked amongst us and had a great time, right? Enrico, he said, it's hard to know who to trust. Like I said, I think a lot of these are come from actual true stories, and I'm okay with that. And then there's times when you're watching them, you're just going, it was the what the hell moment, right? It's just kind of like, what? Pete Ferrari said atmospheric conditions control development of species. Example, if we were more in tune with Mars than Earth, we are actually more in tune with Mars because it's a little bit longer day. It's like 24 hours and 40 minutes. And the fact that the gravity is shorter, so you wouldn't have all kinds of structural problems as far as bones and skeletal, so on and so forth. They say we're more in tune with Mars, so we could be a Martian, so to speak. So would not surprise me. Oop. I'll knock this mic off the table yet. Oh. Renee V said he's the mouthpiece of the government at that moment. Who do they know better than this man? I think he is cool too, but this is really bad. Like I said, I would, again, let's just use an analogy. You have a profession. I don't care if it's being a mechanic, a painter, whatever it may be. If I ask you anything about it, you're going to be able to just run it by me in detail. Now, it's possible that he wasn't told in great detail, so he can only say, like generalization, yes, there's 60 of them, and not, in other words, not know all the species names, and it's probably hard to remember them anyway. But then you got like the 39-inch tall one. I mean, you would think you'd try to remember at least a one, but whatever. It's a possibility. Like I said, this interview is just kind of moving him along, and he's not able to get into detail. But you'd think you'd want to spill that, so you're getting out as much information, and it makes you more credible as far as I'm concerned. Charlene, you said there's tens of thousands of civilizations out there. It's awesome. I believe there are. Just like I said, what we're made out of and what this planet's made out of has been scattered all over the universe during our Big Bang. Notice how I used our Big Bang, because there's more than one. They're random. They're finding this out now. It's not just one Big Bang and it started it all. And keep in mind, if we are part of a different, universe, and we're part of a different multiverse, then other ones have been exploded at one time and they came into existence. So that's what I think is going on. And so, so there's going to be more. Of course, we don't know for sure. We don't have proof of that. But there's definitely 100%, I'd bet my life on it, there's a lot more civilizations out there than we'll ever know. And maybe they just don't know how to communicate with us. But most of them say, listen, it's through mathematics that we'd be able to communicate because it's universal, right? But even you still take the shot and just transmit something out there, or you receive something in from another planet. Even if you couldn't make heads or tails of it, he's still saying, okay, it's running for this amount of time. It's a strong signal. It's coming from wherever. Like the TRAPPIST solar system and things like that. In fact, I think I've got that on there. So, we're going to talk about real quick about the FRBs. We'll get into that real quick. And it's just crazy. When you start to put all of this together, you start going, okay, if these are true extraterrestrials, FRBs. Now, of course, FRBs, they consider it could be anything from, they say like a host star and its planet next to it, gravitational pull, whatever, and that sets off a frequency, so it's basically a transmission. And then there's some of them that are saying, no, it's coming from this one planet, and it's like a random, it just keeps like on a cycle. Okay, we can believe that too, I guess. Or it's not all the time and just transmits every now and then. Well, wait a minute. And there's one of them here we'll get into, and let me see if I can find that. We don't need that. Like this one here. Mysterious interstellar radio signal has been blinking on and off every 22 minutes for over 30 years. Now, this is what they believe is going on right here, what you're seeing here. Okay? Pulsars emit powerful beams of radio waves from their poles, which sweep across our line of sight like a lighthouse. Okay, so this is what I have a problem with. If that's true, I disappeared. But if that's true, how fast is this pulsar turning? We're talking about milliseconds. That's what they say. A FRB, or fast radio burst, is milliseconds. How fast is this thing turning, man? Come on. No way. This thing would have to be spinning like ungodly speed. Okay. Last year, we made an intriguing discovery, a radio signal in space that switched on and off every 18 minutes. Astronomers expected to see more repeating signals in space, but they usually blink on and off much more quickly. The most common repeating signals come from pulsars rotating neutron stars and emit energetic beams like lighthouses, causing them to blink on and off as they rotate towards and away from Earth. Okay, I would go with that. Like you said, it's like a lighthouse. How fast is that thing spinning? Because keep in mind, if you're talking about from way off in the distance, that's going to be a slow sweep. But if you think about the size of the universe and the size of us, maybe it would be a blink of an eye, right? So it's something you wrestle with and you're just thinking about, trying to give it some serious thought. This thing just jumped on me again, Casper's Toolbox says, have you heard about Planet Vulcan in the news at the moment? No, I've never heard about that. Is Spock there too? Oh. No, I haven't heard anything about that. At least not that I'm aware of. Pete, you said no matter what they look like, their technology brought them here. So it's logical to believe that they're way ahead of us in technology. Well, yeah, you would believe that, right? Or if it took them so long to get here, maybe they have technology around what we have, right? Like I said, if they have the technology to bend space and time and literally go from one end of the universe within minutes as opposed to basically you had to be in cryosleep to even make it to like the end of our solar system, then you can bet these guys are highly technical, right? Repeated signals from the center of the Milky Way could be aliens saying hello, new study claims. Now, I had one similar to this, or it might have been this particular article. I think it was, I don't remember seeing this picture. So it might be a similar article. A new search for extraterrestrials life has scientists looking inward toward the center of our galaxy. What for? Because here's the thing. If you find something, they say like after so many years, now of course we're talking probably thousands of years, a civilization gets so big that it implodes on itself, right? Now, we're in the danger of doing that, but thanks to our government, they're willing to kill us off. What do you think of that? Like COVID, things like that. And they said, by the way, there'll be another one this year coming up. It's going to be even more deadlier. That's what they claim. But anyway, moving on. So if your population gets too large for the food source, what happens? Some way, somehow, you either fight with each other and implode, basically kill each other off to the point where you're now extinct. So at some point you get too large, the civilization gets too large and just implodes in itself. And it makes perfect sense. Think about it. And I said this before, if people never got sick, I don't care if it's AIDS, cancer, whatever it may be, heart failure, whatever it may be, if nobody ever got sick and they lived till a rightful old age to like 90 to 100 years old, can you imagine the population right now? That's crazy. You literally would run out of food at some point. So what do you do about it? Unfortunately, something not very good. Like, hey, let's just cut down the population. Why not? Sounds like a great idea to me. Get it down here where it belongs. Okay. Mark Zalad, you said David Adair stated that he could bend space in his last interview. That would be interesting. No toes knows. I have a big strand of laziness in my DNA. Oh, my God. Rico said, that looks like the space station from a heavy metal movie. Yeah, doesn't it? Remember the girl, what was she, Tarakian or something like that? If I remember correctly. The green sphere. Renee, you said, you're talking to Marco, he said that's all true, but you say, but the humans could live without the moon. Could intelligent aliens be lurking at the heart of our Milky Way? And here's the thing, I think they're doing this, the reason why, is because if you go too far out, they may be too far advanced or they already killed themselves off. If you were to come back towards our time, there's a good chance this civilization's still alive, could be still thriving. And that's probably where we'll find our answer. If you try to go to the far reaches of space, they're either millions of years ahead of us, or at least hundreds of thousands of years, or they killed themselves off. One of the two's happened. So which means they could come here with no problem, not even trying. And if there's multiverses, can you imagine what is really out there? So it makes sense to come closer to us, because you may find civilizations still out there and alive and kicking, as opposed to completely annihilated and they're gone. A new search for extraterrestrial life aims to find out by listening for radio pulses from the center of the galaxy. Narrow frequency pulses are naturally emitted by so-called pulsars, but they also used deliberately by humans in technology such as radar. Because these pulses stand out against the background radio noise of space, they're an effective way of communicating long distances and an appealing target to listen for when searching for alien civilizations. Scientists described the alien hunting strategy in a new study published May 30th in the Astronomical Journal. Researchers led by Cornell University graduate student Akshay Suresh, I guess his name is, developed software to detect these repetitive frequency patterns and tested it on known pulsars, to be sure it could pick up the narrow frequencies. These frequencies ranges are very small, at about a tenth of a width of frequencies used by typical FM radio. So narrow FM, right? So it's even probably narrow. It's like supernatural, narrow FM. The researchers then searched data from the Green Bank Telescope here in West Virginia using the method. Are aliens real? Until now, Radio SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, has primarily dedicated its efforts to the search for the continuous signals. Study co-author Vishal Gajar, I'm guessing, of the SETI Institute, a nonprofit organization dedicated to the search of extraterrestrial intelligent life in the universe, said in a statement. Our study sheds light on the remarkable energy efficiency of a train of pulsars, as the means of interstellar communications across vast distances. Fast radio burst. Did I not say fast interstellar communications? Quick blast. Boom! It's information going throughout the universe. I said this before. Notably, their study marks the first ever comprehensive endeavor to conduct in-depth searches just talking about this is that when now it comes to a collapse. We were just talking about this. And honestly, I didn't even see this video. I've read the page, but not seen the video. Civilizations either collapse from burnout or redirect themselves to homeostasis. Just said. So the reason why, again, they're looking inward is to make sure, or maybe they're around, who knows, within 100 to 1,000 years in our lifetime, meaning are they somewhere around the same evolution as we are? We don't know, right? The researchers are listening in to the middle of the Milky Way because it is dense with stars and potential habitable exoplanets. What's more, if intelligent aliens at the core of the Milky Way wanted to reach out to the rest of the galaxy, they could send signals sweeping across a wide array of planets given their privileged position at the center of the galaxy. Using narrow bandwidths and repeated patterns would be a prime way for aliens to reveal themselves, as such a combination extremely unlikely to occur naturally. Study co-author, Steve Croft, a project scientist with the Breakthrough Listen program, said in a separate statement. The method uses an algorithm that can search through 1.5 million telescope data samples in 30 minutes. Though researchers did not find any telltale signs in their first research, they say that the speed of the algorithm will help improve searches in the future. Breakthrough Listen captures huge volumes of data and Ashtray's, sounds like ashtray, technique provides a new method to help us search that haystack for needles that could provide tantalizing evidence for or of advanced extraterrestrial life forms, Croft said. So I find that very interesting because as far as I'm concerned, put that like that. Like I said, there's a lot more, civilizations out there. And it just saying, at this point, I just find it hard to believe they haven't found one signal yet. And they've been, how long has SETI been in action? Yeah, give me a break. Picasso said, "Oh man, what a drive, 4 hours, made it to my destination. Here's my theory. The asteroid belt was a planet and it got destroyed. Whatever people were left, they jammed to Mars, maybe even Saturn. Saturn would be a little tougher, but Mars back in the day, not so much. Yeah, it could very well be. I don't know. It's like I said, even like what Charlene was saying, said, well, we're not from here, we're from there. Now, here's the thing from out there. When you look at what they talk about as far as, excuse me, T's going to kill me. When you look at what they're talking about as far as life on another planet, right? To me, it seems like, again, Mars cool first. There'd be life on there. And then you get, like I said, the theory of panspermia, where something whacks the planet. And, of course, any debris comes out of there. It gets ejected from Mars, and it makes its way to, we've seen it in Antarctica. We've had rocks from Mars in Antarctica. Now, if you have these microbes, microbial life on the planet, and some of them are hardy and they can live in outer space, then they'll find their way to this planet, come back alive. They've done that before. They've frozen these microscopic, living things, froze it, and then thawed it back out, and they just came back to life. So it's a possibility it could have came from another planet anywhere, not just Mars, and seeded life here. Now, it could have been from that planet we keep talking about, how it became the what? The belt. So when you got one of these planets that explode and turn into one of these huge belts around the planet, nothing but rocks everywhere, then it's possibility it's life on it, and then it just finds its way to a planet. Boom, there you go. There's life. So it's a very good possibility that that's the case. I don't know. To me, it just seems more likely that way. And that maybe this is the reason why there was other primates on this planet. And this is the reason why they haven't accelerated to what we have. Because some scientists will say, well, there's a leap in evolution as far as brain mass and intelligence in humans. They're trying to figure out why the other, like apes and, gorillas and all of these other primates, they're so far behind us. Is it a possibility, like I said, when what we're made of and what this planet's made of was scattered around the universe, life made it here, life made it to another planet, we're from another planet. Primates are very similar to us and have not evolved yet. So this is the reason why we are ahead of them. There may be like a bunch of life forms from other different planets all over the universe or our solar system, wherever, and it just happened to be, boom, just been thrown on here. So what if there was, kind of like the planet of apes, right? What if there was like apes on this planet, of course not intelligent, but they were the way they are today, and we were very similar, like I said, we're humans. We get here, we're going, well, this is the reason why we can't figure out where's the missing link. Why is it that there's apes and they haven't, why didn't they progress in evolution like we did? Maybe that's the reason. They're very similar to us, but because they were on this planet first, they didn't evolve as fast as, when we came from our planet, wherever it was from, and then we came here and we are far, we're very similar, but we're different. So I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm just purely speculating, but we don't know. I mean, it's good. It's cool to think about, and you just kind of think of like every aspect like, well, that probably wouldn't work. Well, that might be. As long as you don't talk to yourself, that's not good. Self, what do you think about that? Pete Ferrier said the Aztecs and Mayans civilizations are gone. What a perfect example of people disappearing instead of advancing. Well, yeah, but did they die because of war? Because a lot of those, like the Mayans, according to them, they just get up and left. I'm going, that's kind of odd. Was it because it got floated away and just washed them all out of there? I don't know. Or because they had wars there. And of course, they got killed off or just was shoved out of their area. Said, you need to go. We're going to take over this area. I don't know. But, they were trying to figure that out. I remember watching one of those documents, and they were saying, documentaries, they were saying that these Mayans, they're like, we don't know what happened to them. They had 15 to 20,000 people probably lived in these giant cities because they're still finding more and more parts of the Mayan culture underneath these jungles. And they're saying, is it possible that, they were saying, first of all, it could have had that many people, up to that many people. And then they're saying, what the hell happened to them? There's no way. I mean, they used to have, they lived there, of course, and they did do sacrifices, so on and so forth. But they also had regular living. They had sports. They had all kinds of stuff. So they were just trying to figure, where did they go? They just disappeared, right? Charlene, you said, do you know everywhere you walk, you're being recorded from the crystalline grid under your feet? That's where your Akashic records are stored. At least one of the few options. Not really familiar with that. Crystalline grid. Are you talking about kind of like a? It's kind of like some of these countries that want to put like solar panels, right? Which are crystalline. Some of them are crystalline. So I'm trying to understand because I don't think I've ever heard of this. Maybe you can emphasize on that. But I mean, don't get me wrong. They know where you're at every given time anyway, whether it be cameras, your phones, whatever. They pretty much know everything about you if they want to. T. Harrison, you said these articles make no sense. We know that there are aliens living on other planets. I think the professors are afraid to tell the truth and what they find. And I think you're right because they're afraid they're going to just lose pretty much their jobs, their tenures. And they're just going to basically lose their job. And some of these people that are higher up, they're scientists. They're afraid that they're going to lose their job or even worse, get locked up for life or killed off, whichever. And they don't want to see that happen. Or they don't want to be laughed at by their peers if they have a different way of thinking, right? So that kind of makes sense. Tony, great in you. So I'm sorry, I have no faith in the accretion theory. So you're talking about the accretion disk, right? So what are you having a problem with? I mean, it's because it's flat, of course. We know it's a disk shape. So is there something particular that you're talking about, or just in general the whole thing? Picasso, I just went back and seen this when you said, and they're still here. Antarctica got an entire city hole in Earth. Makes sense now. And the moon isn't a moon yet, a base which is habited by Martians and enslaved humans, which is why we haven't landed again. Well, I mean, they claim that we've been told to stay off the moon, right? At least the story with the astronauts say that. And yet we're going back. So I don't know if there's still aliens up there, and, every now and then you see a video of something taking off from the moon. Of course, I think some of this is CGI and made. But let's say it's not, and we can see things flying, going in and out of, like, craters of the moon, then they would have had to come up with some kind of agreement that they can go up there, as long as they don't go up there and start using, warheads and everything else, or some kind of crazy stuff, right? Like warring or anything on the moon. So, to me, though, it's like, it would have to be I'm trying to think now, if it would be, let's say we wanted helium-3 from the moon. You would have to actually get, I don't know, use the word granted, the permission to be able to do that. Because if it was, let's say they said, this has been our home for millions of years, you're coming here now because you're now evolved enough to come here. We make the rules. You don't. So we'll allow you to take some helium-3 because you need it, we don't. But just watch what you do, so on and so forth. Now, if that's not the case, and there's nothing on the moon, now we do know that there is structures on the moon. We do know that there are some kind of weird spacecraft, all kinds of things. I've seen what look like cities and everything else. I've done videos on stuff like this. So there is something on the moon that is not ours, and maybe some of it is ours, because like we talked about before, according to that, we're in the fifth life cycle of Earth. In other words, we've been decimated by floods, maybe meteors, because 65 million years ago, so on and so forth. Is it possible, if we were in the very first cycle of human life, that we evolved big time, technologically advanced, we actually had bases on the moon to begin with, and maybe they're still on the moon and just stayed living on and evolved on the moon, and then the people here got killed off, at least most of them did, then repopulated, or maybe they had like you got that seed vault here on Earth. Maybe they had something similar to that on the moon and said, listen, we're going to stay here, and everybody else can live on Earth, and if we ever have an issue, meaning something slams into the planet, almost kills it off, we're still safe here. We can still rebuild the population. Is it something along them lines could have happened thousands of years ago, and we were more advanced than we are now, and we were able to go back and forth with no problem, just like I said about Mars, and of course it's purely speculative, where Mars, we might have had life on both planets at one time thousands of years ago. We can go back and forth, and we can visit, go to the moon. We don't know. I'm just, again, speculating. So it's something cool to think of, like a sci-fi movie, but did it really happen? There's definitely something on the moon. Now, whether it's ours or somebody else's, that's where it becomes huge. Like, wow, this could have been something, there could have been a civilization on there that was just crazy, and they never left, or they just used the moon, mined it, and then took off at some point, and they're in some other solar system at this point. We don't know, Just kind of, and the reason why it makes you think of this stuff is because of the stuff, you find on the moon. Okay, it's ours. How long was it left there? When did we put it there? And like I said, how long ago? If it's not, then it's somebody else's. Where did that come from? How long ago was it there? What was it used for? I mean, the list goes on. So it makes you think of different ways depending on if it was ours or theirs. So. Ian Thomas, you leaving? All right, good having you in there, man. Said thanks, Chris, and chat. Take care, everyone. You do the same, Ian. Thanks for stopping in and jumping in with the conversation. Appreciate you. Have yourself a good rest of the evening there, right? If depending on where you're at. If you're here in the States or somewhere else, then have a good next day. Phil C., you said, Chris, I have to leave. Getting up at 2:30 a.m. Wow. I thought I got up early. Keep on keeping on. I appreciate that, Phil. Thanks for stopping in. Always good to have you in there, and you have a good evening there, right? And have a good week coming up. Okay, Charlene, I think I know what you mean now. You said, remember the 5 crystals? Yeah, okay. Remember the 5 crystals, or remember the crystals in Mexico? There's crystals the size of half of a football. Okay. You leaving, Cameron? You said, have a good stream, Chris. Glad you got the time to stream today. As always, stay safe out there, brother. You do the same, man. Thanks, Cameron. Appreciate you being in. And here's the thing, you were actually in there longer than you typically are, so I'm glad to have you in there, right? Phil C. Phil, he said, good night all. Probably still daylight where you are, such as my life goes. Yeah, I mean, it's still 4:24 Eastern time here. So we got plenty of daylight until at least 8:39, so yeah. Charlene said, why do you think that the weather has been so wacky around the world? Well, here's the thing, too. We are in the middle of a pole shift. And again, if we're here and it's rotating, we're going to say counterclockwise. If it is, then, when you go on a tilt every season, there are tilts. So now if you start to rotate and you tilt, let's say the United States goes more towards the equatorial region, and then once it tilts, once it kind of goes, you're literally going to get warmer temperatures or whatever. Now, I just seen, I don't know how true it is because I kind of laugh at these, but there was like a 2023 and 2024, prediction. And for my area, it said like major snowstorms. And then like the northeast corner, up and down the northeast corner, down. I think the Carolinas is going to be like the worst of it, right? So they've been saying this for how long? In the last few years, it's been squat. I mean, really, it's been so easy. And I'm thankful. Don't get me wrong, because it's been warmer here, and it's like I don't have to use that much heat. So if it's going to save me $1 bill or two, I'm good with it. So I don't have a problem with that. But to me, it's like if we're already in a pole shift, and that could be a really bad thing, is back in, well, it's going to be like 2030, 2040, oh, holy hell is going to break loose, and that's going to be pretty much it. Game over kind of thing. T. Harrison, he said, did our government bomb the moon? More than once, actually. And I forget the mission was, but there was 2 spacecrafts the same. We talked about this before, where they were trying to find out the composition or see if there's water in this particular area. They had one spacecraft go in front of another, so it's going down towards the moon. One's got the warhead on it, the one in the front, and the other one has all kinds of instruments to measure what's going on. So once it hit the moon, and it got all kinds of ejector, and then the one behind it would like sniff out whatever's coming off the moon, right? And then of course it would crash into it. And I'm going, or was it you trying to get rid of something on the moon that you didn't want people to know about? And people thought that they'd be able to see that through telescopes and stuff like that, and nothing was ever seen. So I don't know, but they did show. I'm almost positive they showed like a crater in that spot where it crashed it. And it looked like a crater. I mean, not super huge, but it was good size. So I don't, how that goes, right? And they did actually drop the 3rd stage of the rocket during one of the Apollo missions to get like the Geiger counters, not Geiger counters, I'm sorry. These earthquake measuring equipment. They you can actually tell. In other words, it went boom, and of course it rang like a bell. Seismographs is what I was trying to say. So they can actually see it ring like a bell for like X amount of time. And they're like, what the hell's going on? So they're doing this stuff. They're doing these tests for a reason. Maybe they believe that the moon is hollow after all, too. Now, it could very well be hollow naturally because of what? Because they said that there was lava tubes under the moon's surface at one point when it was active. So there's a good possibility that you will find caverns under there. And they're thinking, if we could do that, maybe we can build a moon base inside the cavern so it protects you from what? The solar radiation, any bombardment of any kind of small rocks, because you have nothing to stop you from getting killed off if a rock hits you right where your base is. It's not like you have an atmosphere like we have here on Earth that'll burn it up. So, well, yeah, several times. Charlene said people don't know how to handle it. They run to their comfort zones, jump getting into the truth out. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know as well as I do, Charlene, too. You got to be careful about what we read and everything else, right? So it's kind of like, when you read on something, let's say you go, wow, I never knew this. Let's say, I don't know, they finally say there's life somewhere. You go, okay, is it a reputable source? How true can it be? Is it possible a planet's favorable for life? You know what I mean? It's something you have to try to find. In other words, get deep into research. So if that's something you've done, most people won't do it. That's the sad part. That's the sad reality. Now, people who are like on, this podcast and everything else, they're going, listen, I want to know what's going on, man. I'm inquiring minds want to know. I want to know what's going on. If any information I can get, like I try to go to like peer-reviewed papers and try to find things where, it's relevant and stuff that makes sense. So in other words, I've read on things and I go, wow, I'm so excited about this one thing I'm reading about, and then I find it's complete garbage. You go, oh, well, it is what it is, But a lot of people won't even take the time to do that. Like I got people that work with me, and there's a younger guy, he's like 18. One girl, she's like 35, and there's another gentleman, he's about 37, I think. And I'd asked him, and they go, well, that'd be pretty cool. You know, if there was life all the place, I'm going, that's it. That'd be pretty cool. They should stop you in your tracks. Literally, like, what? What are you talking about? Oh, wow, we're part of something much bigger? There's other civilizations. That is awesome. I want to know more. These people are like, wow, that's cool. That's it? Like, what is going on here? But they may be getting desensitized where it doesn't bother them, and that's what the government's trying to work up to, I think. So little increments. We're going to give you a little bit more. We're going to give you a little bit more. Like we always say, drip, drip, drip. That's what it's all about. There he is. Mr. Ricardo Petrazzi is in the house. What's going on, Ricardo? I know you did say you'd probably be a little bit later. Glad to have you in there as always. Hope you had a good day. Arthur Krause, he says, a haunting that rang like a bell, I believe for like 6. Yeah, it was like quite a while. And they were trying to figure this out, like, you know, they must have known that. That's the only reason why they took these seismographs up there. Think about it. What would you need them for? Why did you bring them on a mission unless you had every intention of going, I wonder if this is hollow? Because they found like titanium and different metals, like exotic metals on the moon. And they're going, You know, so they're probably trying to find out the composition of this. This is, again, the reason why they had that other mission where they can slam it into the ground and then it have ejected. They're probably trying to figure out if this thing has a lining, like the dust and the rocks and the hills are just something to, on top of a metal skin. Kind of like, what do you call it? That movie just come out with the moon. Is that a possibility? That's what the reason was, or that's what it was for? Absolutely, right? I think that's what they were doing. Oop, wrong one. Let me switch this over. I want to move this camera. See if that's any better. Maybe a little bit better. I don't know. Whoopsies. But yeah, I mean, there's one comment on this. What did they say? Okay, let's see. Renee V said yes with a sniffer who could everything, but that's nonsense. They smashed something that would become visible to us. That's what I think. I think they literally smashed the heck out of something. Or either way, they believe. Either way it makes sense, right? Which is a bad thing in a sense, in one way, because they're trying to if they're bombing that area, they're trying to figure out the composition of the I'm going to call it a skin to the moon, or B, they were trying to, blow something to smithereens, and that's probably why. I don't know. But either way, one part is kind of weird and kind of scary in itself, and the other one is like, curiosity and trying to figure out what this moon is made out of, our moon is made of. So, either way, it could be kind of weird. Marco, you said, Deer said, we got kicked off the moon, and that's why we never been more than 100 miles from Earth in the last 50 years. I think they still kept going. I'll be honest with you. I think they still, the Apollo missions, they said to the public we stopped going, but I don't think that's the case at all. Again, if there's a lot of stuff on the moon, you're going to want to keep studying it. So at some point you're going, you know what? Tell the public there was not enough funds. We ran out of funds to do it, but we're going to keep going anyway. We'll just do black budget. We'll just steal the money, take it out of the, make a bigger deficit. Who cares? Just keep taking the money. We'll go do what we got to do. Build a base on there right next to these large structures or spacecraft or whatever they may be. We can study it, stay up here. And then they keep having people bring supplies and everything else. And I think there's been a base there since the 60s and 70s, to be honest with you. But that's just me. I think they didn't stop going, especially the stuff I've seen in these photos. I know for a fact, at least in the photos, going by the photos, there's spacecraft there and there's structures and mechanical parts and stuff strewn all over the place. So I think that when they say there was a war in the heavens, that might have been on the moon, Mars, so on and so forth. Maybe this whole solar system was teeming with life at one point, and it was just this big fight with the neighborhood, basically, and killed each other off. And they said, well, we're all dead now, except for maybe the people on, well, we still lived on, and we are what we are now, today, you know. Charlie, I'm sorry. I think I chased everyone away. I don't think you did. Well, the thing is, it's like, again, this is what I was trying to understand too, because it's like, when I try to explain something, if they don't know what you're talking about, that's why I said if you can give a little more detail on the crystals. It's like if you don't, then people think, okay, it's not much detail in that, so I don't know what they're talking about. It could be he, she, or other. You know, it doesn't matter. But you're just going, what are they talking about? So it's not that they chased him away. It's probably going, I don't know anything about it. You know. T. Harrison says, we all want to know the truth. That's true. Oliver Klein, he said, but not when you nuke it, Chris. Well, the thing is, it's like, again, if you nuke it, you're trying to find, you know, maybe there's special instruments that could tell certain things. Like they want to see if there's water there, of course, and they want to see other things. So we don't know. I mean, they're saying it's nuclear bombed, but did it just hit them? Because they said when these people were keeping an eye on it with telescopes, high-powered telescopes, looking for that area, waiting for a flash that never came. So was it actually nuclear powered, meaning a bomb on this thing, a warhead, or did it just smash the craft into it at such a speed that they got the ejector? So they would have gotten a correct analysis on the composition, right? So if you were to use a nuclear bomb, that would kind of be counterproductive, right? So maybe they just slammed the spacecraft like they did with the third stage rocket before. Instead of it exploding, it just bounced it off the surface and they just measured. That's all. So I don't think, because everybody's going, I should have seen the blast. I should have seen a flash or something there. I didn't see anything. Because you can zoom in pretty good with a telescope. Even if you couldn't zoom into the ground, you could still zoom in and see like a big burst of light, something. And that wasn't the case at all. Ricardo, you said, yeah, I think NASA, not quite a surprise with their echo sounding on the moon. Oh, echo sound, I'm sorry. Obviously used to try and determine ground composition, etc. Found out more than they bargained for. That's what I think. I think they went, so maybe this thing is something more than just a moon, meaning a rock. It's got to be something more than that. I'd be interested in that, Charlene. You said, I've been on this mission since I was a little kid. So you're saying, like, you're doing the research and stuff, which is, you know, like I said, if you know there's some truth to it, you want to stick with it, right? It's kind of like when I started doing these videos. Now, I was looking at these photos prior to doing the videos, and I just said, well, I want to do them now because I want to show the people what I found and what I thought was really interesting, how it come out and stuck out for me. And I don't pretty much know anybody else has been doing this. They can find a lot of crazy stuff on Mars and on the ground, no doubt. And, you know, there's a lot of impressive things being found, but then they're not looking at the stuff that's being censored out. Like, just look at some mountains in the background. I just saw one photo that if I could bring out the very background and it happens to be structures, then what's in the front of it is also structures and not mountains. So I'm hoping to do that one soon, too. So it'd be like within a day or two, I'll get these things rocking and we'll be able to tell what's going on. Stop making out these videos big time. You said, you also said, Charlene, you said they didn't want us to know because of how awesome it is, so they use it against us. Well, that could very well be. World accumulates, elites, accumulates. McMuffin, what's going on? So, have they brought ground-penetrating radar to the moon yet? No, but they have done it from here. So I don't know if they never talked about doing it on like a lander or anything. I don't believe they have. But they have done it from here. They did it from Arecibo, transmitted, and received it here in the Green Banks telescope here. And I had a video on that very same thing where it shows I think it's named Ground Penetrating Radar Reveals Great Details. And you can look at that up there, and I've got that on. And it's crazy what's under, because it went like 33 to 50 feet below the surface of the actual moon, dust, surface, whatever. And it was just some pretty weird stuff. I mean, it looks like a freaking city, So when you look at it, you go, that doesn't look natural. They said, well, what you're seeing here is probably some tubes, some lava tubes. I'm going, no, not the way some of these things are laid out in patterns and straight lines and everything else. They look like more structural, singular structures or domes as it does more just a straight pipe. Like, in other words, it'd be like a lava tube, and you don't see that. Pat Owen, what's happening? Good to see you in there as well. He said, is NASA a forbidden word in the chat? Because I've mentioned them twice, and my chat was, really, it's been deleted? I haven't even seen you put it on there, to be truthful with you. He said, I guess not. No, NASA, not at all. We talk about them quite a bit because here's the thing. Even though if they're not the ones pulling the strings, meaning they're not the ones telling the lies, they're just saying, listen, we got to just listen to the DOD and do as we're told, or else, they probably get, whatever, defunded or whatever. It just said, listen, you're done. You're not going to be able to show any more photos or whatever. I don't know what they kind of agreement they made, but I think that they're only allowed to show so much. This is the reason for the censoring. I don't care what it is from space. I don't care if it's from a comet, asteroid, or whatever we've studied, looked at, so on and so forth. When you look at the moon, Mars, and the things that are on it, they just said, listen, you got to censor these photos. We don't care that you put the photos out, just censor them. So the real photos are there, absolute real. It's what they're overlaying over the photos is what we're getting and what we're seeing, not the real stuff. So when you put it if you were to get the metadata out of it, it's actually the real photo. However, overlaid, so the information is there for the photo, but it's been overlaid by censoring. What's going on there, Tim Houston? Good to see you in there. Steve, he said, good evening, fellow aliens. Good evening. Good to see you in there, Steve. Tony Graydon, you said, hi Russia. We're just going to slam a device into your territory for seismic measurements. It's probably backfired on the moon. It probably backfired on, nothing would surprise me. But I don't think, maybe it wasn't a warhead at all. And like I said, they just slammed just a spacecraft into it. Just the fuel maybe from the spacecraft was enough to just maybe ignite a little bit. But if you think about it, once you get on a trajectory, you can just turn on the engines and turn them off. Even if you burn the fuel completely out of the craft, it doesn't matter. It's still going to keep going until it slams into the moon itself. Marco, you said Adair stated loads of facts about the composition of the moon, its size and distance from. So what did he say that it's made out of? Did he say it was like a skin just underneath what we see as sand and mountains and so on and so forth? Did they say there was like a steel skin? Because again, they found exotic metals like titanium and so on and so forth. So is it possible it is actually something that's artificial? Enrico, you said, I believe NASA is going to tell us the truth this September. Yes. Now, did you hear something, what's going on, and that's why you're saying that? Because I haven't heard that, but I don't think they're just going to come out with the truth. I mean, they're the biggest liars going. But is it possible that, again, they're not the liars, they're just going with what they're being told, censor. So they're going, oh, okay. So this is the reason why they have a CGI department to do that. So is it, I don't blame them in particular. I blame the higher ups over them and who's pulling the strings. P&K, what's going on? You said good afternoon all. Hope everyone is having a great Sunday. We are. Hope you're doing well as well. Good to have you in there. Check something here. Oops. All right, there we go. I mean, I'm trying to get this thing a little bit better. I didn't have it actually zoomed in. Gonna do the old F11 and get the whole screen. But there we go. T. Harrison, you said you're the best at bringing out all of the hidden things. Well, I'd love to be able to bring out more of it, to be honest with you, but it's just a way, if you knew every technique that they used to try to do that, it's too bad we didn't have like a software that could take off these layers and it leaves you what's the actual photo. That would be interesting. Cost very probably costly too, but love to be able to do that. Now, you can use some programs and you can get rid of a lot of that, and then some of it, not so much. Ricardo, he said, not sure I can put my question in a single chat message, so look for the threads one. Okay. I read a paper recently on novas and found some intriguing bits of information on rare isotopes found on both Earth and I guess you mean the moon too. Is you not seeing that? And the moon. There was rare isotopes found on both. Same elements, some quantity, I guess it's quantity and ratios? I'm not sure. Only they initially thought it was the result of a meteor-asteroid impacts, but later found that could not be. The reason was that there's isotopes can only be created by stars. And the fact that these samples of microtectites, contain fission tracks, something an impact cannot create. So then it makes you wonder, right? What created that? You know, how was that left behind? Hold on. This thing just jumped to me. It depends. World elites. Was you talking about just American, or were you talking about throughout the world? Because I don't know the exact answer, but I know on what was it, Apollo 8? I think somebody had died, or I think it was Apollo 8 because they never did land on the moon. There was just a fire there, and major issue happened. I think there was Apollo 8. You guys can correct me if you know the answer. I'm just trying to pull this off the top of my head and try to remember. Trying to remember. It might have been 8. Yeah, it's like Tim Hughes was saying, ask Russia, they lost a couple. Yeah, I mean, so, I mean, these people, a lot of these people, you know, they paid the price for human exploration, right? So this is going to happen with technology, which sucks, but it is what it is, right? And you hate to see that. It's just like, damn. But Taff, you said NASA will never tell us the truth. Well, I don't think they will. It's got to come up from another source. Charlene said massive economic crash is coming for new change, new normal, all good. Well, yeah, I mean, they're going to do away with all kinds of coins and currency like that. It's all going to be, RFID chip and everything else. At some point, they're going to have that under your skin, and it's going to pretty much do everything, know everything about you and everything else. It's coming to that where it's all going to be electronic. At this point, it will be anyway, and they're going to do away with coins. Because when it takes you 5 cents to make a penny, yeah, you know, no pun intended, it makes no sense. I mean, so this is the reason why they started using other metals to print these things out, or punch them out, if you will. So, yeah. Okay, so Marco, you said Adair alluded that it was not natural. Can't remember the math, but it was interesting. Wasn't there 2 Russian guys too? There were scientists that did the same thing, that they concluded that it was actually hollow. I believe they were Russian. I could be wrong, but it seemed to me that's what they were, which is interesting in itself. Tony Graydon, Apollo 1, it was horrific. Was it 1 that did that? Because I remember there was... Seemed to me on 8 there was a problem too. They had some issues. Either way, it wasn't the most smoothest. Every mission wasn't the smoothest, that's for sure. Tim Houston, he said, there is no model for celestial mechanics to explain the moon. It's a cosmic joke on us. Well, I mean, the way they talk about its size, how it is when it's a full eclipse, so on and so forth, perfect distance from Earth, so on and so forth. I mean, the list goes on. It's just crazy. But see, here's the weird thing. I mean, you wish you could know. You wish you can go. If I was a multi-billionaire or just, a billionaire itself, I would literally go to one of these rocket places. Listen, I need a rocket built, and I want, I don't care if it's a small satellite or whatever. I want it up in space. I want to be able to see it. I want, for myself, because that would be interesting. Be able to see for yourself what's on that, the basically the lunar surface. And the same thing with Mars. These people who are ultra rich have already done this. You could bet Elon's done it. I'd be surprised if he didn't. Heck, he sent a car into space. Why can't he just send his own craft? So he probably sent it himself and said, okay, I'm going to look at the moon. I'm going to look at Mars. And I'm going to see for myself. He's in the know. 100%. Charlene, he said, it is hollow. Oh, yeah. I think it is. But, again, we have to be careful because is it naturally hollow or is it actually constructed? Because, like the ancients say, there was a time when there was no moon. So some people say it was towed into place. Or did it come on its own? Like it just kind of whether it's propelled by itself or whatever, just came here and just got here right in, our orbit and stayed ever since. I don't know. Exactly, Tim. Yeah, he said, but it's a good joke. Without it, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But again, like I just said, there's a lot of ancients talked about how there's a time without the moon. So if you were to take the moon away, obviously if you brought it closer to Earth, what would happen? Big tidal waves, it'd just be a bad problem. You took it away a little bit further than what it normally is, it probably wouldn't be as bad. And they claim if you could just take it out of orbit, would it actually have a catastrophic effect on Earth? Or would it? I think only if it's closer because it's got more of it'll definitely mess with, obviously the atmosphere, magnetic field, so gravity, all this, it would play a part in it. And it would be catastrophic to Earth. If it's way off, I don't remember if it's quite as catastrophic, but either way, I mean, it's still drifting away from us, an inch and a half every year. So either way, at some point, it's going to go bye-bye. So either way, you're screwed, right? Yeah, I just got that, Ricardo. Yeah, it's just odd that it's doing that. Anybody else getting their messages kind of like erased? Kind of weird how it's doing that. Some people are claiming that it's just disappearing. This page here, this is what mysterious radio signals in space keep repeating. Astronomers just picked up 25 more. So there's like 50 of these things, right? And they're random. Now, this is what I was talking about. Remember I kept going like this, like you're getting these fast radio bursts coming from all over the universe. Animation of randomness of fast radio bursts. Again, is it possible that this is just communication between civilizations? Or the more natural, because they say there's scientific reasons, you got nebulas and all kinds of, distances between a hosting star and its planet, and you got the magnetic or gravitational pull and everything else, and you get like a frequency come out of it, like a burst and everything else. But some of these, they're literally pointing them at planets, and they literally are setting off or sending signals periodically. And then some of them are like repeating. So it's just really weird. Is it more natural, meaning cosmic, or is it something else? Like gravitational waves and gamma ray bursts, GRBs, fast radio bursts, FRBs, are one of the most powerful and mysterious astronomical phenomenon today. These transient events consist of bursts that put out more energy in the millisecond than the sun does in 3 days, which is crazy, right? If that is more cosmic, meaning it's natural in our universe, that makes absolute sense. While most bursts last mere milliseconds, there have been rare cases where FRBs have found repeating. So that's kind of odd, but like they said, you can have these different events happen more than once and repeatedly, right? While astronomers are still unsure what causes them, and opinions vary, dedicated observatories and international collaborations have dramatically increased the number of events available for study. A lead observatory in the Canadian Hydrogen Intensity Mapping Experiment, or the CHIME, a next-generation radio telescope located at the Domino Radio Astrophysical Observatory, or DRAO, D-R-A-O, in British Columbia, Canada. Thanks to its large field of view and broad frequency coverage, this telescope is an indispensable tool for detecting FRBs, more than 1,000 sources to date. Using a new type of algorithm, the CHIME FRB collaboration found evidence of 25 new repeating FRBs in CHIME data that were detected between 2019 and 2021. The CHIME collaboration comprises astronomers of astrophysicists from Canada, the U.S., Australia, Taiwan, and India. Despite their mysterious nature, FRBs are ubiquitous and have been the best estimates indicate that the events arrive at Earth roughly 1,000 times a day over the entire sky. None of the theories of models proposed to date can fully explain all of the properties of the burst or their sources. So, to me, guys, come on. Doesn't mean it isn't natural. So I'm not going to say it's 100% a civilization doing this. On the other side of the token, who's to say that it's not? And when I seen this, and I said this before, I was doing this with my hands, I was going, yeah, you don't know, like 400,000 light years away from here, 50,000 light years going poof, 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 poof. Well, here you go. There's an animation showing this. That's crazy to me. But it's about what I was saying. Now, if they're getting this, and it's, how do we know it's not communications between different galaxies? How do we know? Yeah, it's a good point, Ricardo. He said maybe it's the neurons of the universe firing. It does look like a big brain, I suppose. Yeah, well, that's true. Charlene said the moon is a rest stop and a place to permanently live if you wish. Lots of levels on the inside. Well, if we were to look at, like I said, the movie that the moon, what was it called? Just recently we had it, which was pretty interesting. There was actually, mechanical and civilization living in it. Of course, I had an interesting twist in there as well, but yeah, pretty cool. Richard Bunt, you said, I watched that interview, the case about the Tic Tac. Yep. Oliver Klein, you said, I bet SpaceX is a cover for a much bigger secret project. Well, I think there's got a lot more going on. In other words, he's setting it up so they can expand off the technology that they're using now. So what they're showing us now is like, oh, wow, that's kind of cool. Like I said, when you think about SpaceX, like even when he dabbles into a whole bunch of stuff, like the internet out in space, orbiting, got the CubeSats. When you make a giant ring around the planet, can it also, every one of these satellites also look out in space and every direction, 360 degrees outside of our planet, and detect something coming in. But now it's all in one direction. Well, I should say in 360 degrees, but you got one that's going in that direction, one so on all the way around around Earth. Is it possible? Has it got a dual purpose? Don't know that, but is it possible? It could be that way. Well, Tim Husey said, truly advanced civilization wouldn't communicate with radio waves, in my humble opinion, too slow. Well, yeah, but if they have radio bursts, you have light. And in light, you can put much more information, right? And I talked about this before where it could be, let's say you got a satellite dish and they're all over your planet, and this thing just fires off, and it's kind of like having fiber optics on your cable, right? Fiber optics can handle a lot of information at the same time. So when it flashes and you have a receiver, it just decodes that thing in like milliseconds, and all this information comes in. It's basically, like I said, it's like the cosmic newspaper, and you can tell what's going on around every universe, or not universe, but galaxies around the universe. And we don't know that. We don't know if that's true or not. They're just saying, well, and it could very well be natural, folks, right? But is it more than that? I think there is. Yeah, Ricardo, yeah, they like their acronyms, all right. P. Ferrari said, I hope the aliens have better luck with the Black Knight satellite than NASA did with Voyager. Yeah, that'd be crazy, wouldn't it? Yeah, Richard was saying that, and T. Harrison, you agreed. You said, I agree, Richard, something big is happening. Well, I think they're just starting off by, like I said, they're having this talk with Congress and everything else, and the whistleblowers are trying to, tell everybody what's going on, and, so on and so forth about UFOs. I hate using the term UAPs, but whatever, UFOs, and it may be just a beginning of something much larger. Now, they did talk about, well, maybe there's a fake alien invasion, and I believe we already had that, because they're saying the Tic Tac, it can just fly around, with no problem. It can go anywhere it wants to with impunity and so on and so forth, and it can do all this. It's like, okay, so how are people supposed to grasp that? If you tell them that on the news and you're showing it on, they're going, oh my God, we're being invaded. It's the first thing people would think. So if it's not ours, where the hell does this thing come from? Ooh, we just been invaded. So it's like now when they say, before they were making it sound like really making it bigger, like, if there's an invasion, some people saying it's going to be holographic, but there's going to be actual stuff being destroyed. You're going to see literally UFOs come to this planet and it's going to bomb it. I just don't see that. I don't see it. And if you ever do see it in the sky, it's fake. And now the only reason why it would probably be real is they said, okay, we'll make a holographic spacecraft, right? We'll put it in the sky. And then what we'll do is on the ground, we'll actually put explosive in a building. So we'll make that actually look realistic hand in hand. And see it go, shoots a laser and this building blows up. Oh my God. Then it's real because the actually explosions are. But what's causing the explosion is a bunch of garbage, right? So I don't foresee that happening. But if it does, that's pretty much what's going to happen. But like I said, I find it hard to believe that we'd be invaded now and then killed off after thousands of years we've been here. And much more that they've been around compared to our civilization. So I don't believe that's the case at all. Well, yeah, Tim, exactly what I'm saying. I mean, quantum communications, period, right? It would still be, keep in mind, too, it's like if, let's say, one of these lights is set off, okay, it's a FRB, and let's say it is an actual communication with one solar system or one galaxy to the next, all it's got to do is just flash. In other words, it doesn't literally have to make it, well, I guess it has to in a sense, but as far as light-wise, just has to make a little bit, needs to make it to whatever planets are going to receive this, right? Highly amplified antenna is going to be able to receive it a lot faster than somebody who doesn't. It's kind of like an old radio, like a CB or ham radios, right? You have a preamp in those. So it'll literally bring and receive much better and much more efficiently than just having it standard, meaning just with it off. So it's no different. And, it's hard to tell exactly how these, but there's definitely quantum communications. And like I said, we don't know how it actually works. We're just assuming we know, and we're just taking stabs in the dark. But I think it's actually communications. Now, it may be as natural as well, and maybe just seemingly that they're the same, and they're not. Well, that's sweet. What's going on? Good to have you in there. Been a while since I've seen you, too. Earth is missing millions of years of history, layers of sediment, geologically, known as the Great Unconformity. Absolutely. This is the reason why when they dig down, like they go down 100 feet, whoa, wait a minute. There's tools, there's walls of structures, so on and so forth. And if you go down X amount of feet, they equate that to, years, when they do a calculation, they can get an idea how long this thing's been there, or get some kind of clue, right? So, yeah, I mean, you're absolutely true. You're absolutely right on that. Charlie, you said we create our own realities. The mind is a powerful thing. Yeah, it could be good or bad, right? You have a good reality or a bad reality. Renee V, you said, good hangout. Love it. It is awesome. Tim Houston, ironic, isn't it? We crave UFO acknowledgement, and when we get it, we don't believe it. Well, it's crazy, right? And I'm the same way. It's like, I believe it, I just don't believe all of it. You know what I mean? From, like I said, from what I showed on these short videos, where some of them, they look like they're absolutely telling the truth, and you're going, yeah. I mean, clearly there's UFOs. I don't even bother with most of that. Like I said before, when they started bringing out these UFOs, I went, okay. No big deal to me. Why? Because I've been doing this for years as far as looking at the moon and looking at Mars. I already know there's life out there, or there was life out there, meaning in our solar system at least. But we know there's life out there. So when they go, oh, there's a UFO, I went, big whoop. Clearly, I already know there's life out there. I don't need to see a UFO, and it's probably ours. But if it is not, either way, I'm just like, okay. You know what I mean? Well, Tim Hughes said flying saucers are just too weird. They won't be caged. Well, this is what I said this before. Go back to the old photos. In fact, you can Google this when, later on after this. Google UFOs, back in the 50s or 40s, whatever. They look old and clunky. It seems like as the years went by, they seem to be a little more sophisticated, a little bit more rounded, less seams to them, so on and so forth. Now we got a Tic Tac flying around. Seems like evolutionary stages in building our own spacecraft, and they've just been getting better and better and better as the years go by. If there was ever a civilization out there, do you think they'd look old and clunky? Kind of like you show photos of like, when you had like Russian, or what do you call it? Things hurt my ear. When you see it like things like, Russian or what, it's weird. Like if they say, well, this country made their own UFO. Okay. Again, it looks old and clunky. It looks like something you would expect to see in that era. Wouldn't, if there was civilizations coming here, do you think they'd have something old and clunky like that? No. It'd be like the Tic Tac way back in the 40s or 30s, 20s, whatever it might be. They would be so sophisticated even back then. Our first views of spacecraft, you'd be like in awe, like, oh my God. Clearly that would freak people out because there's nothing around. Can you imagine them showing a video, a coverage of a UFO like the Tic Tac back in the 40s when people had TV and they go, oh, look at what we found flying around. Oh my God, people would freak out. But no, you see these old clunky things, disc type things. And yet they got more and more sophisticated looking as the years went by. Like it's ours, and we've been test driving these things all this time. And we're just trying to get better and better until we get a Tic Tac. And now this thing's super fast and can do ungodly things. That's why I think a lot of it is ours. Now, that doesn't mean there hasn't been alien spacecraft came into our atmosphere and came to our planet, of course. Because there's recollection of those way back in the ancient times when there was nothing flying other than birds and insects. So clearly there's been UFOs and they've been coming and visiting this planet for thousands of years. Let's see. Charlene, you said human eyes can be deceiving. Never trust them if you know what I mean. Right, Chris? Well, again, it's not just about, some people just see something and go, oh my God, that's real. Again, like you're saying, look at the old-time UFO pictures. They look like an old, like cars you'd expect to see in the 40s. What do they look like? Look at the cars we got now. Teslas, all kinds of weird cars now. Now, if you were to take a Tesla and bring it back to the 30s, then you'd say, wow, this is probably an alien vehicle because we don't have anything like it here on Earth. Yet, like I said, every time we've seen like a UFO in stages over the years, they got better looking, more smoother, less lines. Again, up to this point where we have what? We have a Tic Tac. So I believe it's ours, at least what they're showing us. I believe that stuff's ours. Now, maybe the military is not completely privy to it, and this is the reason why they're kind of, oh my God, what is that? Who made that? Because maybe it's like a higher up elites, even higher than the military. Like I said, it's like the DOD or even higher than that, and they're building these things, and they're testing it on the military. How do we know? Like, you think you guys got something? You think you can catch us? You think you can blow us out of the sky? Try it. I don't know. Because if you have something like that here on Earth, you're going to try it going to the moon. I would. It's like, oh, wow, we can get to the moon in X amount of minutes as opposed to days. Okay. Okay, next step, try Mars. Okay, you can go there in 20 minutes, whatever. Who knows? Can you imagine that, though? So they have to test drive it, like I said earlier. And the fact that we're seeing them now more modern, up to modern times, that's what makes me believe what we're seeing, what the Pentagon is at least showing us, is something that's ours. Now, I believe they're not getting any photos of alien craft, or at least they're not going to share that with us. But either way, they're making it look like, oh, it's an alien invasion. Who did this craft come from? Blah, 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 blah. Charlene, you said old pictures are exceptions. Well, again, it depends on what we're talking about. If we go back in the 40s, we see pictures of spacecraft. Again, we've been messing around with anti-gravitics since probably even early as the 30s or 40s. So is it possible we build this anti-gravitics propulsion and this old clunky thing that we made, we thought was modern at the time, and this is what we've seen flying around? Possibility, right? Because, like I said, from the 40s to now, let's say even to 2000, let's say it's the year 2000. Okay, it's 60 years ago. You don't think that a civilization that was thousands of years ahead of us would have something old and clunky like that? I doubt it. That's not going to happen. They're going to have something like a Tic Tac even way before our probably modern man. So, to see something like that, I go, I don't believe that, man. There we go. Maybe some ETs have jalopies. Well, maybe that's the reason why they crash into the planet too, right? Oh, ran out of gas. Crash. Not good. Ricardo, you said, not sure if you made it to the fort. No, I did not. Award night or not. Voted for you. Was great to see Neville there and T there. He's a real genuine guy. Did you go there, Ricardo? Well, you would have seen me there, right? But I told Billy, I said if I couldn't do it this year because where I was working, like I said, I didn't know about this. I was like notified of it later, and of course I did tell everybody, okay, vote. But the thing is, it's like when you're in a job, as well as I do, everybody wants vacation in July, and it's almost locked out of it. I'm like, well, guess what? It's not going to happen next year. So if it's on the next year, oh yeah. We'll be all over it. Yeah, Neville was a little nervous when he must have seen it. He's like, I've never done this before. Everybody's like, oh, no. Elizabeth, Billy's wife was saying, I don't know, just chill. It'll be all right, kind of thing, calming him down. But yeah, it's rough. Like I said, I don't know if I can be able to handle it myself. It's not like you go up in front of an audience all the time like Billy does. It's like, it's like old hats to him. It's like, oh, anyway, what's going on, guys? So it's not really that much of a problem for him. But I guess once you get on there and you do it a few times, I guess you get used to it. Well, elites, I just don't see any tech that can make 90-degree turns at Mach 1 or higher. A literally blink in and out of your reality being destroyed by any tech that humans possess. Exactly. So those, if you've seen that yourself, clearly that's probably nothing we have. So that would be extraterrestrial. But like I said, it's kind of funny how we had photos way back in I think it was even the 30s, like black and white photos, where you can see a UFO in the sky, and it looks like something we would build, only it's something, you go, but how did they get it off the ground? Well, anti-gravitics. They were messing around with this for years, and they probably come up with this technology to begin with, and then come up with plans how to build it. You know what I mean? And if you did have a crashed UFO, you tried to copy that, but in our technology, let's say something is extraterrestrial, something that's much more advanced than we are. There's going to be smooth seams. Like, you're not going to see a seam. It's going to be super smooth. So we try to copy the same shape, kind of like the pyramids and the Giza Plaza, right? Or Plateau, where they had the step pyramids. They were trying to simulate the ones like the Giza Plateaus, the three of them. They were trying to simulate those and could not do it. They had like different, just everything about it was wrong. So the main ones were there. And then people try to copy those with the step pyramid and all these other pyramids and just failed. It just never worked out. So it's kind of probably the same way where they said, oh, wow, this one crashed. I bet we can make that same shape, but just didn't know how to quite make it. Or it was very crude. The machines we had to basically cut and shape the steel to make these UFOs. So they looked old and clunky, but we had the technology to get it off the ground. Oh, okay, Ricardo. He said, no, I wasn't there in person, just saw it online. Yeah, so did I. And like I said, I got, from what I understand, I think I got second place, but I think it's because I wasn't going. I know that sounds kind of weird, but, like I said, it just seemed, because I told myself I'm not going to be able to make it. He's like, oh, really, dude, you got to work 7 days a week? I'm like, I just can't get away. I mean, I'd love to. He said, I'll pay your way and everything. It's not a big deal. I said, well, that's not an issue. I can get down there myself. It's just I just can't get away. And then, because he was telling me, he says, oh, by the way, you got an award coming. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. And then, of course, like I said, I don't know if this just wasn't a voting or what the issue was, but I'm glad Neville got it, to be truthful with you, because Neville, like I said, I use a lot of his gigabands because he tries to use the PDSs as opposed to the crap, photos, right? He tries to use the best ones he can. Although I'm more, depending on the picture itself, I'm more fond of the more crude ones. Like a raw photo as opposed to a PDS. Because to me, a PDS has completely been censored and doctored up. That's just my opinion. So when you see like the old ones that look kind of blurry, they don't look, but then where you see the lines in these things in certain places, you can see where they put the censoring over these objects, and that's where you can see it a lot better. PDS, forget about it. It's a finished version of the photo or pan once you put them together, right? So if I was there, I would have gave him props. I would have just said, by the way, a big thank you to Neville for doing what he does, because again, a lot of people share what he puts together. He does great work, so he definitely deserved it. So I thought it was pretty cool. So again, I was telling these folks here that I think Billy's going to send me mine. So I thought it was cool. There we go. But ETs who couldn't afford their own UFO take a UFO bus to Earth? That'd probably be an Uber. Yeah, buses are so old-fashioned. Charlene, you said if this was your full-time job, Chris, you would have had a chance. Oh, yeah. Well, like I said, I mean, I don't. To be truthful, I don't know if anybody does more anomaly hunting than I do, as far as down to the meat, the nitty gritty in these photos. I don't know anybody who does it quite as much as I do into these photos, to get deep into them. But that doesn't mean you can't win a competition with other styles, meaning the way he makes gigapans, and he has his own anomaly hunting too. He's done videos where he found things too, which is crazy. So I thought it was cool. And like I said, he actually texted me. He said, "Oh yeah," he said, "I wish you would have been there. I could have met you." I said, "Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I would have loved to have met you and would have chilled and hung out together." And but no, don't worry, next time. It'll definitely happen. Tony Graydon, you said, I once saw a UFO that turned from a 1940s weather balloon image into what seemed to be, to me, a clapped-out UFO, clapped-out craft. Oh, yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like, everything seems legit when you first see it, and then things change. Kind of like the face of Cydonia, right, on Mars. I believe the Viking mission orbiter was the legit photo. Then they say, oh, by the way, it was a play on lights, and shadows and everything else, and it just wasn't right. This is the real one. And you can see it was nothing but CGI. Complete crap. I'm more apt to believe the Viking photos before I believe that piece of trash. Richard Bunt, you said, I think if UFOs are great inventors, they must be us from the future, and if they are great builders, they must have hand with a thumb. Well, that's true. What? Chris Cash? Cash. I've heard that, Chris Cash. I've heard that before, but Nibiru is supposed to be much bigger than Earth. And it's on a 3,600 year elliptical. So it's not the moon. Now, some people, I've heard that, and they make a great argument for it, but I don't think that's the case. That's just my opinion. I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just saying that's my opinion. Wild Mountain Bear. So if a Trident submarine washed ashore in 1492, do you think Spain could have back-engineered that sub? Of course not. So if we got a hold of an alien spacecraft 600 years ahead of us, same. No. Well, here's the way, like I said, again, if you were to, let's say back in the 40s, because, again, we had the Roswell crash, right? The thing crashes, total legit. You're going to try to simulate that thing as much as possible. First of all, you want to open it. You want to get into it. You want to look at all of the technology in it. Try to piece back together what this thing looked like, because that's what they'll do. They'll take it from the crash site and reassemble it wherever, some kind of Air Force base or on the ground. And you're going to try to simulate the shape and say, you know what, we could build this ourselves. Would you be able to simulate the same exact shape, seamless, so on and so forth? No. You couldn't do it. You could probably make a crude version of it, but you will never be able to make what they had. Now, you can have anti-gravitics and put it in this space. Because it's kind of like taking a Tesla motor and battery and sticking it into like an older car. You could do that. People have done it all over the place. So you can put it in something more cruder and not so sophisticated and rounded and aerodynamic and so on and so forth. You could put it into a pickup truck, a Jeep, or whatever. You could do that. It wouldn't be as aerodynamic, but it would be fun to put it together and have a fun toy. So if you could do that, if you had a modern-day submarine, somehow it went back in time, because we have some crazy-looking submarines, and it somehow was in late 1890s, let's call it, they would do everything they could to try to simulate that or find out what makes that thing tick, and they'd try the best. Now, they'd probably kill themselves off trying to figure it out, but they would do it, almost guarantee it. Charlene, you said, I know YouTube pretty well. I don't know no one who does Mars like you, Chris, except for the real Jimmy something. Yeah, I think you mean Jimmy Roberts. You was on his channel once. Yeah, I mean, he does good work, man. In fact, I've just looked at a couple of his short videos that he does, little shorts they call them. Really interesting. Now, there's one that he had just put out, and I've done this a long time ago. This thing is old. It's like that triangular piece with a hole, like a circle in it. I've done that years ago. It's an old one, but nonetheless, it's still there in this photo, and people know that. When they see it, they're going, clearly that looks like something intelligently made. There's no way that's a rock. It looks like a piece of steel that's been broken off. Now, is it possible, and people have asked this, is it possible that with prior missions to Mars, is it possible it's an old busted up spaceship or something else? Maybe it was an attempt way back when to launch something. Well, it's possible, of course. Now, what's the chances of going back to the same site that craft crashed at? Like, again, it was an attempt to fly there, and there was a lot of attempts that failed to go to Mars, and they couldn't do it. Some of them didn't even get off the launch pad here from the Soviet Union. So if you got there and it crashed onto the planet, very good possibility. Now, again, what's the chance of them landing exactly there, unless they did it purposely to land there to see if anything, maybe life grew on it, like a moss? Did it deteriorate over the years? And they're trying to get an idea between what the weather is now, what it was back then. Did it change it? Did it, rust it? You know what I mean? Did they go there to check out the crash? Or is it something that was there from Mars that's not ours? You know what I mean? So all kinds of options you got to think of, Marina R. I said, hi. You were in there earlier. I said, hello, I think. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Chris Cash. He said, Chris, what's your thoughts on the E? I don't know what that is. Oh, hold on. Oh, you must be talking about Dr. Greer. I think it is. Is it him? Because Chris Cash, he said, what's your thoughts on the gentleman who can say he can summon orbs? Now, I don't know if it was Greer or somebody else, because I remember hearing something about that too. But, he says by... at least Greer, they have like, what is it, CE5, like Close Encounters 5 kind of thing, where you can actually, like, just in your mind, you can literally summon these things and they'll come to you and everything else. And I've seen like little parts of his sessions, if you will. I'm not so sure I believe all that, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And because if you think about it, your brain is not even being 100% used. If you could do that, you'd be a much more powerful human being. So, is it possible you can do that, and it's more of a wavelength than it is by a visual? Like they said, some people said you can use a green laser, you can attract them with it, and they'll come to you and everything else. Or are they on a higher level, we're just not listening for them? In other words, in the mind, listening and so on and so forth. I don't know. Charlie, you said there's definitely was a life at one time or another. That's a fact. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, okay. You said, thank you. I'm fine. That's good to hear. Glad to hear that. Richard Bunt, you said your channel proves that other life is possible. Well, like I said, when they come out with all this UFO and everything, I'm like, okay, it's not something we didn't know. And again, I'm still trying to figure out which one it is. Is it ours or extraterrestrial? And I believe a lot of it is. They're not going to show us. And like I said, every time we see it, everybody goes, no, you don't understand. The Pentagon just let out a video, rather, of a UFO. Okay. Was it ours or theirs? Meaning from out there. I mean, every time you seen it, it was like I said, it was infrared, night vision, some other goofy thing. It was never during the day. So if I put out some kind of drone with bright lights on it, and you look at it in night vision, what do you think you're going to see? You're going to see just an orb kind of thing. Remember the part where they showed them, there was one of them that was like over the water and just went plop, just dropped right into the water. I can simulate that with ease. Put a drone up there, bright lights, take it with night vision. It's a big glowing orb and just drop it into the ocean. You never seen it come back out. Now, if it came back out, I'd go, whoa, that means something to me. Because not only can this thing go into the water, it can come back out with no problem. Interesting, but you didn't see that. That's what I'm saying. That's why you gotta, if it's capable of flying that fast, and again hovering over the water and then dropping into the ocean, you go, okay, that could have been anything that just dropped into the ocean, and then make it look like, wow, look, it's like a USO underwater, object type thing. And yet, if it would have come back out of the ocean, I would have like, whoa, that's neat. Okay, that has a little bit more believability, if you will, right? Chris Cashy said, before I go, it's late in the UK. Chris, I really appreciate your longer videos. Every night I will watch one of your videos as I fall asleep. As a registered insomniac, you help no end. Oh, I appreciate it. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's like, yeah, we're going to watch that. But I guess if it helps, that's awesome, right? But yeah, there'll be new ones coming out, by the way, so don't worry about that. Because like I said, I've got so many of these things backed up, it's not even funny. And now that, like I said, they changed some hours, I'm still getting the same hours, but they changed them where you can work longer days on some, shorter on the other one. Sweet. So, this will give me the opportunity, like Wednesday is one of my shorter days, okay? So I can probably bang out like a couple of those and then have them out by the next day or whatever. Because it takes a little bit of time. You can't just make the video and just upload it. Because, obviously you got to edit it, finalize it, put whatever you're going to, like description, so on. I mean, it takes a bit of time, right? And if it's a longer video, it's longer to actually upload and, finalize, and you got to edit the whole thing. I mean, it takes a bit of time for like a 20-minute video, depending on if you screwed up anything or anything. It could take a good hour or two just to edit on a 15-minute video. I mean, it's just crazy how that works, but or it could be a lot less, depending on how much mistakes you made, right? Enrico, you said, I tried the CE5 protocol for 2 years and haven't seen anything. Now, if you remember when Dr. Greer was in the field, so to speak, and literally in the field, and they had other people there, they were just like doing like a seance kind of thing. They were all just kind of like, opening their minds and everything else. And I think one of them, they said they could see what looks like a glowing light type thing or something way up in the sky. And I'm going, okay, that's something I'd have to be there to see, right? In order to, just believe it. Because it is a little hard to swallow. I mean, think about it. So it's kind of like, I'm not so sure about all that. But, that would be interesting to find out, though, if it was in fact real. That'd be cool. Charlie says, don't forget the thumbs up. Thanks, peeps. Oh, okay, Chris, you said it's your calm voice and intelligent analysis and no BS that helps me switch off. Keep up the good work. Oh, all right, appreciate it. My favorite video is the dark side of the moon, looking at the supposed craft. Love it. Yeah. Oh yeah, that one was pretty crazy. Was pretty crazy. Get that over there. Here we go. So the question is, what do you folks believe? Do you think half of this is true, what these whistleblowers are putting out, like each of them, Grouch, whatever his last name is. You've got, Jeremy. Most of these guys that are doing this stuff. What do you think? Do you think a lot of it is truth that they're saying? And some of it's made up? Or do you think the whole thing is true what they're saying? Or do you think it's all completely bunch of crap? Just out of curiosity, what do you guys think? Richard Bunn, you said anything that has light or shadow, or shows light has power. Yeah, absolutely. if that's what it was. I mean, for all we know, it could have been a jet with a, they got the giant headlight in the front. It's like underneath the fuselage, but who knows? But that would be pretty sweet. Yeah, Charlie, I think whistleblowers, like you said, are our true heroes, if in fact they're telling the truth, right? Because the last thing you want to do is be misled to believe something. It's like they're just trying to swerve or sway the masses to think a certain way. It's okay to believe that, but as long as you go, okay, let me do my own homework, or let's use some logical thinking here and try to pull this apart. You know what I mean? So, like I said about the UFOs, if it was a civilization that was thousands of years ahead of us, they're not going to come to a planet with some old clunky piece of trash. It's just not going to happen. Now, if it did come, it crashed into our planet, and we're just simulating, that's why it looks the way it does. You know? Tony Grady, you said, I'm a Londoner, and I live in sight of the secret services and military, and have seen many strange things in the sky above me. Well, that wouldn't surprise me at all, Tony. Not at all. Ricardo, you said half-truths buried in half-truths buried in half-truths, wrapped in fact-based cover story. Yeah, it's like you just don't know how much weight to put into these, right? I don't know. You like to believe everything they say, but you go, some of it, like I said, when we looked at some of these, Mr. Grouch, whatever his name is, how you pronounce it, when you seen him talking, he's like, yeah. You're just going, okay, he didn't even look like he was legit telling the truth. It looked like it was completely just added in. Like he's just like, oh, I'll just throw anything in here and just make it look good. He looked like he was so full of it in that point right there at that time. Chris Gash, you said the whistleblowers is the soft disclosure, and it may very well be. The fact that they're trying to make, even if the stories are untrue, the fact that they're bringing it to light is like people need to be more aware of it. But is it part of something much, much larger is going to happen? Or are they just simply trying to get people desensitized so when they finally start bringing out more and more of this truth? Because think about it. There's going to be a lot more space exploration. There's a lot of these big companies that want to have like space hotels out in space, which is ridiculous. They want to go back to the moon. At some point, somebody's going to slip up. Something's going to screw up big time, and it's going to be totally, it's going to be let out of the bag. Let's just put it that way. It's 100% going to be let out of the bag. Charlene, you said most of them have nothing to gain unless they're on the wrong side. Well, that's true. Gene Borsier, you said, I think that we the people in general are all good with ET showing up and showing off. I believe big tech and big government don't let it out about ET because of the high tech big money. Well, that's true. But to me, I look at it this way. If you were to bring out a technology like zero-point energy or something that's along them lines, if they want to take anything out that's got to do with their weaponry or anything and use it for fine, have at it. But then the other side of it, let the people know, oh, by the way, there's a new technology to change the way you live. We're going to introduce that to you, but it's going to come out slowly. Okay, cool. Nobody'd have an issue with that. But you just keep the military part of it, meaning if they have weapons and stuff like that, let them take whatever and, whatever. But share the rest of it. Like a lot of this stuff comes out of the military first, is first made like, microwave ovens, so on and so forth. They said, like I said, microwave ovens or microwaves were like from this very first UFO, which I, again, find really weird. Because, again, if they're thousands of years, I don't find it hard to believe they've been using microwaves, but who knows? And, of course, fiber optics. I'm going fiber optics, which is super modern. And then you get microwaves. Totally two different eras. So I don't know. Yeah, that too. Charlene, trust your intuition. Tim Houston, he said, flying saucers are real enough. Beyond that, I don't care to speculate. Exactly. I mean, they're real, but the fact that they're saying that, like I said, it to me is a plus. Now, whether some of these stories have been embellished a little bit, at this point, who cares, right? If they're trying to make everybody aware of it, and again, they're trying to desensitize people, I think that's a good thing. Whether, like I said, whether the stories are true or not means nothing to me. Well, it does mean something because you just don't want to be, again, led up the wrong path. But as far as like, desensitizing people, I think I'm all for it. So people won't be like frightened when they do announce something really big. And that's what it's probably all about. Not like, an invasion, Mark, you said, hi, Chris. I guess the question for me is why now? Cheers. Well, see, that's what I'm saying. I think it's all coming to a head because, again, we're going to do a lot more space exploration. We're going to be going to the moon again. We're going to be doing more trips to Mars. We got, like I said, a lot of stuff they're going to be putting out in orbit. Like I said, some of these rich, ultra-rich companies want to put out like either space trips you can go out in space. It costs like $100,000. I think, what is it, Virgin Galactic? They're supposed to be like selling trips like $125,000 for like 6 minutes or 11 minutes out in space. So you go up, you look at it, oh, wow, that's nice. We're up and back down. But just that alone, you'd be going, okay. You know what I mean? You may see something out in space you should not see, and maybe this is the reason why they're going, okay, we're ramping up to go, like, be more spacefaring, or at least start being spacefaring and getting out in space more and more. The public's going to see this. Why not just start letting the cat out of the bag now? And that may be what it's all about. Ricardo said the big part of not releasing the free energy zero-point device is likely due to the fact that it's so powerful an energy source that we do not want certain groups to have access to it, such as terrorists. Yeah, well, that's true. Even if it could liberate us. Well, then put out another version of it, a weaker version of it that's not going to be too powerful. So, but, I mean, I get what you're saying because you can always tear that thing apart. Let's make it much bigger, much more powerful. Again, that's what we do. That's exactly what we do. Stronger, faster, brighter, whatever we can do with it, right? That's just what we do. No way around it. Charlene, you said rockets are Stone Age. We're going to learn how to make our own spaceships. Well, like I said, SpaceX is doing it. We've got our own spacecraft. So we're already doing that. Reusable rockets. Saving us money, so that's a plus in itself. Just money alone, that's what holds back a lot of missions. So a reusable rocket is like that's just awesome. Because it's like cutting edge technology / it just makes more sense, right? So instead of just every time you launch a rocket, you got to junk the thing after, it makes no sense. Reusing it saves probably billions of dollars just to do that. Let's see. Pete, you said let's make alien life forms normal like in Star Trek. Makes sense. Yeah? Charlene, you said Elon Musk thinks bigger is better, old energy mentality. Well, keep in mind that these spacecraft, they have to have enough fuel to go to, remember, it's also cargo. So if you're going to the moon, of course, on the very top of the rocket, that's where the actual capsule is, where all the pilot or the astronauts would be. And then, of course, you're going to have some kind of, all your rocket fuel, your fuel itself, as well as cargo. So at first, it won't be. There's just going to be a test run around the moon. They've already done it, pilotless with no pilotless, if you will, without any astronauts. So at some point, very soon they're going to put, people on there. They're going to go around the moon and come back. I know they've already done it. Like I said, was it just pilotless guys, or did they actually have people? I don't think they did. I could be wrong. But to me, that's just interesting in itself. So, and keep in mind when they go to Mars, these things are going to be big, and rightfully so, because they're going to have a lot more cargo on them. So that's why they have to be that large. And the thing is, you know as well as I do, as smart as Elon is, he's probably doing something on the side that's totally different propulsion. Almost guarantee it. And if he's not, he's invested in a company that's doing it. Rico, yeah, says his. Yeah, I seen it. I've been seeing that. I almost laughed when I first heard that about the fight with Zuckerberg will be streamed on X. Oh my God, that's too funny. Ricardo, he said, not that bigger is better per se, but bigger is also a necessity for rockets. Which, yeah, monofuel and everything else, right? I don't need that really. Sorry, just got a text. But let me see. Charlene, you said, what happened to reverse engineering? You have no idea that the ships that are out there, they're masters at it. Well, here's the thing. Again, we don't know if it's kind of like a Battlestar Galactica kind of thing, right? Where their whole civilization lives on one large craft. We don't know. Maybe they built it knowing that their planet was going to just collapse, or at some point it was getting burned out, meaning it was just all the resources are going and everything else. And they just said, listen, we learned how to synthesize everything. We can make our own food, make everything else. Just build a giant craft. We'll just live on it. How do we know? And all they got to do is just go to another planet and then just go down to that planet and live on that planet. Hence what some people think our moon is. But, there's so many things we automatically assume. Like I said, there's going to be just like something we would do. Like I said, when we looked at these asteroids and comets, how do we know that that's not their spacecraft? And you go, well, yeah, but that's not too futuristic. But no, but maybe back then, we don't know if these are old spacecraft where they said, listen, we'll build inside these things and we'll use these as crafts. What's the worst can happen? You get a rock that slams into the side of it. Oh, well, it's already rock and stone and everything. So it probably wouldn't do a whole lot to the craft, if you will. Or they're just on it to mine it because it has whatever they need off of it. I don't know. So maybe it goes around to their planet every 2 years, 3 years, and they go, listen, they'll have enough mined. And then when they come back around, we go up to the asteroid, meet it, and then get all of the whatever they mined off of it off there, and off they go again. I don't know. Oh, yeah. It's going to be a question of time there, Charlene. Yep. We're going to see all of it. And like I said, hopefully, we'll see it in our lifetimes because it's like, it's like, people, you're dragging your feet here. Let's get on the ball here. You know what I'm saying? Much love. Oh, yeah. Well, guys, it looks like it's that time again. Let me see here. I'll even give you guys these pages here. Now, let me ask you guys, do you want all those little video shorts, or did you already watch the whole thing anyway? You can watch it on News Nation, I think it's called, on YouTube, and it's got the whole video on. You don't really need the little bites, the little shorts that they put on Facebook. Like I said, you can go to News Nation and actually watch the whole thing. It's pretty cool. I didn't watch the whole thing, I'm being truthful, but what I did see was I did watch part of it, and then I seen these other little ones, and I figured we'd talk about that, and I think it was a good conversation. What I thought was, in my opinion, was either bogus or was, pretty much spot on, or I agreed with. So, but these other pages are pretty interesting because, like, a number of known sources are repeating signals in space as doubles, kind of like what I was showing you earlier. Thousands of alien space radio signals reach Earth, not just a coincidence. Things like that, right? And you can see this array of telescopes, which is pretty neat. I love it when you say, yeah, you got to say okay to advertisements. Look what you get bombarded with. It's ridiculous. because I've got a blocker on here, and for some reason it's like, oh no, we'll just go ahead and you gotta make sure you open it up so this way you can get all the advertisements. Like, yeah, of course you do. But these are all interesting, cool stuff. Exactly, Gene. Yeah, you said exactly. I have mentioned that before. Best spacecraft in space, big rocks. I mean, and you're totally like camouflaged, right? You're just a rock floating out in space, or are you? And if you use it like anti-gravitics or something along them lines where you can't even see a propulsion if you wanted to, or some kind of signature coming out the back, nobody know you even in that rock, unless of course you're letting off signals, or some kind of mechanical sounds or something going on in it, right? Oh, yeah, Pete, I was talking about the other shorts that I showed here. Right here. These were all in the same video. Like I said, News Nation has, well, not this guy so much, but this here, congressional hearing. It's all in that one. You go to News Nation channel on YouTube, and it'll have this whole thing on there anyway. So it's really not that. Instead of having the whole, it's just small things, you have the whole darn thing, which I still yet need to see. But then give you these here. So I'll always drop those so you guys can check them out. Nice. Oh, pretty good shorts too. Oh yeah, oh, you're talking about more, Charlene, yeah. Yep, same thing. And like I said, Loeb, that Mr. Loeb there was, I don't know if he's a physicist or what he is, but I mean, he literally said the same thing. He said that doesn't even give off, it's not even the same characteristics as a rock going around our sun and have a tail, a vapor tail, and some kind of icing or something going on. No tail whatsoever, just tumbling end to end through our solar system and then back out. You don't know if this thing was some kind of just probe and it's just, we'll make it look like a dead stick so nobody be none the wiser. Or it was simply just a rock. We don't know. But the way he describes it, he said this is much more than a more than what we're seeing or what they're letting on, right? All right, folks, I'm going to get on out of here. I'm going to get me something to eat. You guys are talking about food there as well. Making me hungry, too. I got these little ones, these little tiny Slim Jims. Pretty funny. Can snack on those. I always have a little snack over there. But awesome hangout. Thank you, folks, all of you, for being here. I do appreciate it. And here's the thing. I know most of you guys probably going, I didn't even know you were going to have one. And I didn't. I just said, well, I'll put up on the community post first. And I made that short, letting you guys know that we're going to do this. So there'd be 2 or 3 different ways you can probably get the notification. Of course, some people said it still came in, after the fact, but it was still here. But I do appreciate every one of you, all the support. You guys are awesome. All the super chat, that you've done, like throwing the money and stuff like that for a coffee or whatever it may be. I do appreciate you all. It's just awesome to kind of loved and, people that are in this chat. It's just awesome. I've said that over and over again, and I mean it. I stand by it. Much love to everybody anyway. Because like I said, to me, it's like a giant family we have. We just all get together. We just talk about this, that, and the other, and anything else that you guys pick up and you want to talk about, we'll do that. There's been times where people bring up a topic totally off the beaten path, but it's space related, and I don't mind picking it up and running with it as long as I know something about it, or I'll just tell you, I'm not sure. I didn't read enough into it. I don't know, and I'm just going to be totally honest with you folks. I'm not going to blow smoke up your rear ends. There's no point in it. But I'll try to give you my take on it, whether I believe this or that, the other, and that's pretty much it. And then everybody else does the same thing. So it's like everybody just sitting there and going, having a conversation, going, yeah, this is awesome. So I do appreciate you all for just that alone and just this support. It's awesome. Couldn't ask for a better group of people. Much love to you all. Like I said, I'm going to jump off this bad boy. It is Sunday. It's going to throw me off now. I'm going to think it's Saturday. Back to the grind tomorrow. But look for a video, like I said. I'm going to try to get out 1 or 2 of them. I'm going to try to get them done on Wednesday and then start getting these things out by the middle of the week. The first 2 days are usually a pain in the rear end for me. of the week. So I'm just being honest with you guys, being straight up, so you'll know when to look for them. But we're definitely going to try to knock these out and get them out for you folks. There's a bunch of them. I keep going, oh my God, I wish I could get these out. So I'm going to push to get them out. So look for those. They'll be out soon. And like I said, it's just awesome being here. I wanted to do this. It just felt good to be able to sit down and just go back and forth, converse in a sense, if you will, because I can't hear you folks. But just to go back and forth and comment, it's just awesome. So I'm going to let everybody go. Thanks for everybody. And again, thank you for the support. You're awesome. And just your commenting alone is like just awesome, because you're like having this convo with each other as well. It's not just with me, like just questioning me. You're like, hey guys, what do you think of that? Yeah, I heard the same thing. So you're going back and forth like we're in, like I said, a large room. So I appreciate you all. But I'm going to let you all go. I'm going to go get something to eat. You folks have a great week. Be safe, be healthy, and we'll talk to you soon. Peace. All right, folks, it's time to shut down the stream. Thank you for joining us. I've got to love that echo. All right, folks, we're going to shut the stream down. God bless everyone. And we'll talk to you soon. Everybody be safe. Be healthy. Again, we'll talk soon. Much love to you all. See ya.